Okay, everybody, welcome. We are now in open session recognitions. I'll wait for everybody to quiet down before we start the meeting. Yeah. I don't know. Is it?
Test,
Yeah,
test.
they can hear me. Okay.
Barely.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Woods for the recognition section. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming on a wet Tuesday evening. This is always the favorite part of our meeting, our recognitions. We have some really outstanding groups to recognize this evening. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jimmy Evans, who's going to introduce our groups.
All right, so we want to thank everyone for attending, and I'm the one that's going to be announcing as we come up for each one of the groups. So the first group up is actually for some academic team awards, and I have Mr. John Harney wants to come on up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm proud to be here on behalf of TVHS Athletics for yet another season. Over the past year and a half of my tenure as athletic director, we have been able to field an academic champion every season. This past season, we had two. TVS prides itself on our academic ability to perform both in the field of competition and in the classroom. We feel we produce true student athletes. First up, I'd like to pull up our boys cross-country team. Coach Polhill and the boys, come on up. This year, our boys cross-country team, with their second consecutive academic championship, earned a team GPA of 4.10, with two team members earning a 4.8 GPA. As a cross-country team parent, I can attest that Coach Polhill has them out running every day, even in this rain. And they definitely have put in the miles in both the classroom and on the course. Coach Polhill, you want to introduce your team?
All right, here they are, freshman Grant Thamer, one of our top varsity guys. Next one, the tall one, Elijah Anderson. And Ryan Lopez. Owen Parsley. Jordan Marlborough. We have Keegan Harney, the son of Mr. Harney. And Julio Sanchez, Daniel. All of them did a great job. They did great in cross-country running as well. Anyway, thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. What?
Come on this way, guys.
Out this way.
I also have the pleasure of recognizing our boys water polo team. Boys water polo, come on up, gentlemen. Boys water polo also had a great season in both the classroom and in the pool. Boys water polo had a team 4.04 GPA and earned second place in the Southwestern League and battled all the way to CIF semifinals. These efforts earned them 2 CIF first place and 2 second place team all CIF selections. Coach Miller, in his first season, did a great job of setting the example and setting high expectations. Our boys water polo team, Coach Miller.
First of all, I want to thank the board for allowing us this special occasion. So it's been a pleasure for my first season with these boys. So first up, I have Curtis Weisenhunt, Nico Sardina, Connor Liu, Chase Waddell, Clark Susser, Zachary Carpenter, Dominic Palumbo, Kyle Walker, Hayden DeBlane, Lucas Beach, Dane Leatherman, and Attila Namath. So hopefully we can continue this tradition here. Nico.
we're just going to take a short pause while we regroup.
All right, while we're waiting, parents, just so you know, if you have a student that's involved, the pictures that I take will be emailed to you. So if you have one, you're worried about getting up front, we absolutely, if you want to get up and grab your own pics, absolutely do that. But just so you know, any of the students there will get an email with the pictures that we're taking. All right? Just give us 1 second. All right. As they're sitting down, we're going to have our next announcement here that we're going on. And this I'm going to ask to come on up Mr. Joe Balwag, and he'll be announcing our spelling bee winners.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here to recognize this year's spelling bee winner and runner-up. And actually, what I'm going to do is introduce our spelling bee district coordinator, Michelle Loza. She has been the district coordinator now for many years. And under her leadership, our district spelling bee continues to grow. This year, we had 5 of our 6 middle schools participate in the district spelling bee, and 11 of our elementary schools. So we continue to grow in number. And Michelle's going to come forward and let you know who the winner and the alternate is, what the next steps are for them, and importantly, let you know what the winning word was this year.
Thank you, Joe, and I'd like to thank our governing board and our cabinet. On January 17th, we held our TVUSD district spelling bee at James L. Day Middle School. 16 campuses, grades 4 through 8, competed for a total of 30 contestants. They went 7 rounds, which is no small feat, let me mind you, with 2 4th grade students making it in the top 2, beating out all of the middle schoolers. Our alternate for the RCOE spelling bee, and that's for the Riverside County Office of Education, for those of you that may not know, this will be the next level that they'll go on to, is Ethan Fu from Temecula Luceño. Ethan, come on down, and if Principal Russi and Coordinator Susie Rhodes is here, if you could stand up and be recognized. We could not do this without the commitment of our site coordinators taking on yet another thing. Oh, hello, Ethan, why don't you come up? Come up where people can see you. Okay. All right. Our champion is Kiara Gunawardena from Abby Ranke Elementary School. Kiara's winning words were planetesimal in round 6 and bittern, securing her win. Our coordinator and assistant principal, Shauna O'Brien, and Principal Waddell, please stand up and be recognized. To be administrators and taking on a site spelling bee, again, is no small feat. Her name will go on our perpetual plaque. As you can see here, very nice, yes. Vanna, thank you, Vanna. And I have a very strong feeling that being a 4th grader and being able to compete through 8th grade, she might just fill up the rest of that plaque. So they will be competing at the Riverside County Office of Education on March 28th at 9 a.m. if you would like to come on down to Brockton Avenue in Riverside County. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Day Middle School and the staff for their beautiful setup and the use of their facilities. Our high school ASB students, I could not do it without them. And Jody Mueller for taking beautiful pictures and video of the event. And of course, our dignitaries, Ms. Nicole Diaz as our B Master, Mr. Joe Balloweg as our head judge, Anna Tapley as a judge, Rafael Loza as a judge, Crystal Fielstra, judge, and Dr. Elizabeth Theresa as our recorder arbitrator. Thank you so much. All right, friends, we're going to go this way for pictures.
Right. And last but not least, I don't know if anyone had the opportunity to check out our Battle of the Burgers competition over at Pechanga, but to announce some winners and people involved with that, we're going to invite up Mr. Tim Dignan.
I had to go take my grandkids to Little League, both of them. I was all over San Diego the whole day.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us recognize our Battle of the Burgers contestants and winners. It was an amazing event. I see a lot of familiar faces here who got to partake. I thought we were going to have to roll Art out. He seemed to be enjoying himself. My advice to everybody is pace yourself. Pace yourself. There's a lot of food. So before we get started, some thank yous I'd like to shout out. One is Visit Temecula Valley. They began this event, and every dollar they bring in outside of their expenses gets donated back to our culinary facility. So thank you to them, and they're a tremendous support as an industry partner. Pechanga Resort Casino, they donate the space, so we don't have to pay for any of that. So, and they donate the time of their chefs who work with our students in the loaded fries competition. Big thank you to our CTE teachers. I know at least two of them are here tonight. Don Masika from Great Oak High School. And Malaysia Berquist from Temecula Valley High School. And Ivan Flowers is our other one from TV, lives down in San Diego, not here this evening, I don't believe. I didn't see Ivan. Okay. And a shout out to one of our principals who's here from Temecula Valley, Donna Leone.
Yeah.
And this event, from our perspective, does not happen without all the hard work and effort behind the scenes that the young lady hiding behind me here does. Jenny Huter is our work-based learning and community outreach facilitator, and she does an amazing job of making the connections with all of these people in our community. So big hand for Jenny Huter. Shout out to Jody Mueller and Jimmy Evans, our marketing and promotional side of things. They were the Jimmy, you made it back, so thank you. He was running around with a camera and burgers. He was two-handing it most of the night. And Jody, thank you so much for being there and helping with the video. And then a shout out to one of our parents. We asked for some parent volunteers, and this very nice lady was there for the entire event. Donated her time, volunteered. So I know she's here tonight, so shout out for Maureen Krause. And from Pechanga, representing Pechanga, one of their chefs at Kelsey's Restaurant is Chef Eric Salea. I saw him somewhere. There he is. All right, so now let's get down to the winners. There is basically two competitions. There's the judge's choice and the People's Choice. And interestingly, the top 3 for each was the same in the loaded fries competition. So taking first place in both competitions was Cowboy Fries. And so when I call your name, students come on up here. Ian Dallabout, Tanner Olson, and Diego Romero from TVHS. You're good right there. And they got to work with Chef Eric from Kelsey's. And in second place for the loaded fries, and they took third place, that was in the judge's choice, and they took third place in the People's Choice for their Philly cheesesteak fries, Carter Krause and Haley Mellinger. Congratulations. And they got to work with Chef Elias from Blazing Noodles. So you guys can go on over there and get your certificates and get your picture. In second place for People's Choice and third place for Judge's Choice for spicy spaghetti fries, Kimberly Bazan, Brian Sheridan, and Zach Truong from Great Oak High School. And they got to work with Chef Cadian Patterson from the Banquets team. So one more time, big shout out and applause for these amazing students. And that wraps it up for us. We'll see you next year at Battle of the Burgers.
Okay, after these pictures are taken, we will go into open session. So we'll give time for the parents to clear out. Hi, everybody. I'm going to start us up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So if you can, please take a seat. All right, I'm going to start us up.
Wait, Joseph, give me just a few minutes. I got to get one more pile.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, okay. We got two. I think Lene has another batch coming in. Looks like 10 to 15 more.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, welcome. To open session, good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on February 6, 2024 at 6:07 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 4 p.m. In attendance, we have Mrs. Allison Barclay, myself, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, Secretary to the Board, Dr. Gary Woods, Superintendent, Mrs. Lene Anna Seabar, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, and we have a wonderful, brave little person, Liam Easter from Crown Hill Elementary School that's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You ready? You could step up to that mic there. Okay. Oh, two. Okay, good.
Please stand.
Wait, oh, excuse me. I didn't know we had two here. We have, Liam Slusser and Liam Easter. Wow. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, feel free.
Please stand.
Put your right hand over your heart.
Caps and caps off.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you. Crown Hill Elementary representing. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we have a readout of action taken in closed session. Closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. Mrs. Wiersma.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to ratify the settlement agreement and release for classified employee number 173670, effective January 9th, 2024. The vote was 4-0. It was moved by Member Wiersma and seconded by Member Barclay to approve the settlement agreement for OAH, case number 202-312-0099, and the vote was 4-0. It was moved by Member Wiersma and seconded by Member Barclay to approve the compromise and release agreement for case OAH, case number 202-3100742. The vote was 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Okay, we
I
have
one more.
Oh, got it.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to ratify and approve the settlement agreement resolving the California Superior Court case CSVW 2309766, and the vote was 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Section L, recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. Before the board meeting began, the board recognized 2 TVHS teams for achieving the highest team GPA in Riverside County, our district spelling bee champion and runner-up, our CTE program for their culinary excellence, and the Battle of the Burgers competition award winners. And now we'll recognize student spotlights from Chaparral High School. I welcome up Jillian, the board welcomes up Jillian and Ellie.
Good evening, board members and cabinet members. My name is Jillian Heron.
And I'm Natalia Delgado, filling in for Ellie tonight. Thank you for having us.
Varsity basketball has completed their season with our biggest basketball game yet. Pink Out Nate was so fun and was a great way to send off our senior athletes. Cheer and dance also had amazing performances at halftime.
We have been selling Valentine's games for the past week. We have a few options to choose from little stuffed bears, real roses, and of course, Valentine's cards to go.
High School Nation, a nonprofit organization that brings on-campus activities to high schools, gave us a visit last week and surprised all of our students with an awesome DJ, free Dunkin' Donut refreshers, and they gave every student a $5 Dunkin' Donut gift card. What better way to entice kids than free anything?
Last week, we had a Senior Spirit Week. If you dressed up, you were safe in our Senior Survivor game. Monday was Senioritis Pajama Day. Tuesday was Anything But a Backpack Day. Wednesday was Senior Citizens Day. Thursday was Adam Sandler. And of course, Friday was Pink Out for our basketball senior night.
Today, we held our first ever Pumas 101, where over 800 8th graders from our feeder schools, Bella Vista and James L. Day, came to Chaparral to get a feel of high school. The soon-to-be Pumas had a blast and enjoyed a rally, tours given by ASB students, classroom walkthroughs, snacks, hearing and about course selection from our counselors, and being out of middle school for a day. It was so awesome to see this school spirit already built into our future Pumas.
This Thursday is our spring showcase for current and future Pumas and their parents. This is a great opportunity for students to see different clubs, sports, and programs they can participate in to get involved. This will take place in the gym from 5:30 to 7. All departments will be represented as well as our electives, clubs, and sports.
Our spring sports rally is in the works. Our Pumas are excited for the start of warmer weather and spring sports. At this rally, Student Sections Report will present our banner since Chaparral Puma Pit was officially named #1 student section in the nation. We are so proud of this huge accomplishment and can't wait to keep claiming that spot on top.
Our second annual Dancing with the Pumas is coming up on February 23rd. Make sure to purchase your tickets to watch our amazing varsity dance team and their varsity athlete or academic partners compete.
This year, we are having a MORP. It is prom spelled backwards, meaning it is the opposite of prom. It is an informal neon dance for SHAP students from all grades. This will take place on March 1st.
Here's a clip from our club rush. The outcome was amazing.
I'm not sure if we got the clip in, sorry. That's all we have for today. And remember to keep it classy, Pumas.
Thank you, Jillian and Talia. Okay, next we welcome up from Great Oak High School, Alicia and Madison.
Should we just click it? Should we just talk for? Okay. In a second, yeah.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Key. I'm the Senior School Board Representative for Great Oak.
And I'm Madison Jantz, the Junior School Board Representative. And before the video started, we just wanted to say thank you for having us. And yeah, we're just happy to be back. We missed last month, and yeah, we're just really happy to be here. And we hope you guys enjoy our video.
We're excited to share that Mr. Balland is recognized our second week back. Our math club has also competed in an international competition and placed 4th out of 145 teams across the world. 3 of our amazing students earned their Riverside Seal of Multiliteracy as Leon Chiriskescu and Stephen Zhang in English and French, and Ontario Zhang in English and Spanish.
Our Great Oak Jazz Ensemble is celebrating 20 years of spirit at the Old Town Temecula Community Theater. We are also happy to recognize our amazing STEP team who continues to thrive. Our STEP team is sought after by organizations all over Southern California. We're extremely proud of our STEP team for getting our future Wolfpack students involved in their stepping with the pack at our girls' varsity basketball game.
Great Oak is happy to share that our campus cleanup has gotten even better this year, with students having the opportunity to get community service hours for trash bags filled during lunch every Tuesday and Thursday.
We'd like to reflect and highlight 2 of the 98 amazing clubs, our Just Serve Club and Nuestra Cultura. Our Just Serve Club has almost 40 active members and have participated in many wonderful activities. These activities include our Operation Christmas Drive and writing letters of encouragement for patients in hospitals. Our Nuestra Cultura Club meets twice a month where they have potlucks and talk about Latino culture. These clubs give our Latino and Latina students a chance to come together and celebrate their culture. We also have our spring outreach donation drive where our students in their second period classes will create care baskets with cleaning supplies, canned goods, and hygiene products.
Our yearbook team earned a second place distinction for the 2023 yearbook. Only 6 schools in the country have earned this distinction from the American Scholastic Press Association. Our culinary 3 students placed second for People's Choice and third with the judges' vote at the Battle of the Burgers and Fries. Kim Bazin, Zach Truong, and Brian Sheridan were our winning team. Great Oaks Mock Trial has also won in the first round against Hemet and will be competing against Santiago next.
Our academic decathlon team placed 5th overall in Riverside County, with every single member receiving a medal and Leonidas Chang as the overall winner for speech. Our Science Olympiad team took 3rd place at the Wolfpack Invitational and 9th place at the Bird SO Invitational at USC. Our team earned medals in 11 events, making it their best performance in such a high-level competition. Our Great Oak Unified team will be heading out on February 9th to Temecula Valley to participate in our 4th event of the year, Bocce Ball. Our athletes and partners will be competing against 3 Murrieta high schools and the 2 other Temecula schools as part of the Unified Southwestern League.
What's up? I'm Cole.
I'm Alyssa.
And I'm Jake.
And we're Great Oaks WSP presidents.
Thank you so much for watching. Have a great Oak day.
Thanks, Alyssa and Madison. And next from Temecula Valley High School, welcome up Alicia and Nick. Come on up.
Good evening, and thank you for having us once again. I'm Alicia.
And I'm Nick. Coming up on March 2nd, we have our winter formal. It's only for our freshman and sophomore class and will be a roaring good time with games, snacks, a DJ, many photo booths, and other activities. Second semester is only getting better.
Last Friday was our Bears Have Talent Golden Buzzer Talent Show. We had 16 acts, including solo performances, groups, and bands. Stevie Ranteria was voted to be the crowd favorite singing a Nightingale Sing in Berkeley Square. The theater was packed and the audience couldn't have been more excited for everyone to perform. I was one of the 3 judges, so it was a fun opportunity acting all professional like an actual judge from the original show, giving lots of rave reviews. One of my favorite moments was my ears vibrating from the loud instruments, but it was all worth it.
On February 22nd, we have one of our most favorite events, Cubs on Campus. It's where our future Golden Bears from the surrounding middle schools come and tour the best high school in the valley. Wink, wink. Led around by ASV members and ambassadors. After they tour the campus, they'll walk through the gym and talk to representatives from our sports, activities, and clubs, performance groups, CTE courses, and electives to give them insight on all the amazing things we have to offer at TVHS in hopes of finding something they can be a part of in the upcoming fall semester.
Our annual fashion show is on February 28th in the PAC. Students can join as either a model or clothing designer, and the theme is From TV to the Runway, where they can base their outfits from sitcoms, animations, cartoons, dramas, and more. It's always an exciting night seeing all the creativity students put into these outfits. Most of the items from the show will be pulled from our recent clothing drive, and after the event, the school clothes are going to be donated to the Bare Necessities Clothing Pantry for students in need.
Last week, our mock trial club performed in the first round competition at the Southwest Justice Center. The team was flawless, representing the prosecution in their assigned case in which they beat San Jacinto's defense team. Last weekend, our dance team competed in the USA Dance Regional Competition at San Pascal High School. All 3 levels placed. Ignite took second in the JV hip-hop category. Vitality took second in JV jazz. Alliance took second in varsity large palm, first varsity large lyrical, and first in large varsity hip hop. Soloist Lana Yang scored 6 overall out of 26 dancers.
The winter athletic season is coming to a close. We have 4 teams competing in CIF. Girls basketball is at Fontana on Thursday. Boys basketball is off to take on Oak Grove High School in Ojai. And it looks like if they win, they'll be at home on Friday and Saturday for some big games. The basketball games have been super exciting this season with some nail-biting endings.
Our varsity girls soccer team just locked in their 7th consecutive league championship and is moving on up to the CIF playoffs. They're at home on Thursday at 6 p.m., rain or shine. A special congratulations to our boys wrestling team as well, as they have been the Southwestern League champs for 36 years in a row with more than 150 straight league wins. We have 10 boys wrestlers wrestling at Great Oak on Friday in the CIF individuals, and 2 girls are headed to Mariana High School on Thursday.
This Friday, weather permitting, we're hosting the Unified Sports Bocce Ball Tournament with our special education program. TV is hosting the tournament again this year, and we are looking forward to getting together with the other high schools and cheering on all our special ed students. We're celebrating the Unified Sports Seniors on Friday with introductions during opening ceremonies.
On January 20th, Pechanga hosted the Battle of the Burgers, where local restaurants competed to see who has the best burger in the valley. Our culinary students were there to assist the chefs and help prepare their food. It was such an awesome event, and turns out the best burger voted by the people is Mad Madeline's, an Old Town classic.
Drama senior directed play, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, opens tomorrow night, and it's not too late to buy your tickets, so come show your support. If you're not familiar, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are 2 characters from Hamlet. It's a comedy that revolves around the actors and characters from the Shakespearean play.
That's all we have for you this month. Thank you so much for having us, and as always, I'm Nick.
I'm Alicia, and
stay golden.
Thank you, Alicia and Nick. And thank you to all the high schools for the videos and the pictures. We so love them. Thank you. Okay, we're on to public comments. We'll do our readout. Public comment is restricted. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting, and they are given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total of 30 minutes, unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or any item that has not been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comment provides members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, or other conduct during public comment that disrupts the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Similarly, conduct by audience members that disrupts public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Attendees who disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.95. Jason Victory will act as my designee for purposes of Section 54957.95, and we have posted our expectations to each side of the entrances for your reference. And Mr. Vickery's sitting dead center middle in the back row. Mr. Vickery would be happy to assist you if you have any questions about our expectations or procedures. Finally, pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, public comment process should not be used to show support or opposition to any ballot measure or candidate for election, including candidates for election to this board. Finally, if I use these cards, there's a yellow and a red. I use them to give warnings to save time. If you see me point to you and I give you a yellow card, I will tell you that it's your first warning and that you're disrupting the board meeting from proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, then that automatically turns into a red card and you'll be asked to escort yourself out of the board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you will be given a red card and you will be asked to escort yourself out. If asked to escort yourself out and you don't, I'll ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give a warning. After that, I reserve the right to have the entire audience removed so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. In any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. Those are the options before us now. And I hope we can have a smooth and productive Governing Board meeting tonight. Looks like we have a pretty full room. We can all do this. You're going to hear public comments from both sides. One side's going to disagree with the other. Please don't interrupt the speakers. Please be respectful. And just as a reminder, we did ban signs as a governing board, so no sign holding. If you got signs, you'll be asked to leave. And with that being said, we have 18 comments, public comments. If we go 2 minutes apiece, we can do them in 36 minutes. What does the board think?
That sounds good. So we can hear them all.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Schwartz. All right. Unanimously. All right. So this is Anna Seabar. If you want to call up the first.
First up is Bridget, followed by Jane.
I prepared for 3 minutes, so I'll speak fast. Good? Okay. Oh. It's green. Yeah. Okay. Good evening. My name is Bridget Clunan, and I'm an education coach with Homestead Innovation Academy's self-paced homeschool program. I'm here tonight to address the elimination of our library media technician due to lack of work, as described in tonight's agenda, and to shed some light on the vital role our school librarian plays in ensuring every student maintains access to learning each day, and why it would be detrimental to our students and staff if we were to lose our position at Homestead. Homestead is a virtual school, so the idea that our media tech is losing her position is absurd. What she does for our school is extensive. She quite literally connects our students and keeps our students connected to our 2 educational programs. Our students and families rely on fully functioning technology as a means of accessing live synchronous instruction with their teachers, asynchronous assignments, curriculum, learning platforms, intervention, special education support, and communication with teachers. Working devices are a lifeline for our students. The following is a short list of some of the responsibilities of our media tech. If you would like to see the 2-inch binder with 32 tabs of all of her responsibilities, we would gladly share that with you. But here are a few of the highlights. She meets with every new student and family to familiarize them with devices. This is a time-consuming process. It is also important to know that there has not been 1 week in the 23-24 school year in which we have not had new students enrolling. In fact, we have enrolled 36 in the last month, 3 just yesterday. Our librarian is an integral part of getting those students started. She meets with every student leaving our program to collect devices and ensure they are being returned in good working order. She clears them to default settings. She cleans them before going home with new families. She prepares them for new students by loading all necessary connectivity apps and learning platforms. She troubleshoots connectivity issues on the spot for teachers, students, and their families. Our district's IMS department can't possibly keep up with the demands of these issues from day to day, minute by minute. She serves as a live help desk for students, families, and staff during school hours. Taking away this resource is equivalent to shutting the front doors of the brick and mortar school.
Thank you.
Jane, followed by Upney. Sarah Jane Elliott.
I'm Jane Elliott. I'm the meanest teacher in the world. And I want you to know that, and I don't mind that you think that. People, we've got to get rid of, number 1, under God in the pledge. How dare we push religion, our Christian religion, on people with under God in the pledge? And we've got to get rid of in God we trust off our coins. We are teaching religion in the schools on a daily basis, and schools are meant to be places where you are not exposed to Christianity or any other religion. The 3 R's are not reading, writing, and religion. So those of you who think that's all right to put in the school, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. I've been fighting this battle for 55 years. People, it's time to put a stop to this. We have a right to have children come to this school who do not believe in the Christian God. And right now, if you haven't read the book, Worshiping the Power Worshippers, read the book Power Worshippers, and you'll realize why we have to take the idea of the Christian God being the only one to look at or believe in on the earth. Now, here's another thing you have to do. We've got to change the maps in our classrooms. The maps that you're using, the world map that you're using was commissioned by, Mercator was commissioned by the Pope to make a map that showed the spread of Christianity. People on that map, the equator is 2/3 of the way down the map, and all the so-called white countries are larger than all the so-called black countries. You need to realize that. We've got to take the words white and black, meaning skin colors, out of our vocabulary. And we've got to stop calling people red and yellow and white and black and realize that there's only one race on the face of the earth, and that's the human race, and we are all shades of brown. It's time. Don't do that. I'm almost out of time. Do not waste my time. People, listen to me. We need to change this situation, and you're all old enough to take care of that. That superintendent sitting right there had better get one of these maps and put it in every classroom in the school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Upney, followed by Preston.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Komrosky, I watched the board workshop where you mentioned several times that this board was special. And instead of helping, everyone criticized you. I'm not sure if you remember, but during the very first board meeting, when you got elected, Ms. Barclay mentioned that since you had never attended a full board meeting, it might be better for someone with more experience to be the president. You responded to her very rudely and condescendingly. Ever heard of online? She remained professional despite your rude and aggressive behavior. This December, there was a chance to switch roles, which is normal for all boards if someone else wants the role. But you did not give your fellow board members a chance, which doesn't show much humility or collaborative spirit on your part. While you had the majority, you ignored your fellow board members' concerns about questionable contracts and the legal consequences of your actions. You claim to be inspired by the voices of parents, yet you have not been responsive to emails and have provided unhelpful template responses. The lack of attentiveness is disrespectful to parents who have taken the time out to reach out to you with their concerns. Based on your workshop comments, it seems you feel overwhelmed by the LCAP, which is a key accountability requirement of the state's local funding formula. I'm not sure if you understood what the Board of Trustees' role is before running for office. Your policies have mostly been about banning things or regarding items that already have ed codes in place, which make them unnecessary. These policies have not produced any positive outcomes in education, but they have created unnecessary conflict within the community. You should definitely take a good look in the mirror to see what makes the current board so special. There is a famous quote that says, if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Unfortunately, you have let that power get to your head, and you have failed in your duty to serve all your constituents with your unprofessional and tyrannical behavior. Thank you.
Thank you.
Preston, followed by Sally.
You get away with so much. It's crazy to me that the school board president's wife can make a kid cry and get away with it. Some guy my age can trample people's signs and be intentionally obtuse about it, record a child illegally and use it as evidence of liberals lying and get away with it. Which is just stupid, by the way, because like, wow, you really got us by recording an embarrassing and misinformed child, and Komrosky nodding his head along to it like he thought he did something. Like, shame on you. I also remember when I talked about how LGBTQ plus folks are murdered for who they are and allies for supporting them, and people in the audience scoffed at me. Evil. That is what evil sounds like. Or how you can say people who don't agree with you are indoctrinated. Oh, trust me, we know the other side. I know the other side. I literally grew up under the indoctrination of my father, of the church, of the goddamn YouTube algorithm. I know what it's like. And it takes a great amount of effort, education, understanding, empathy, and transformation to break away from that, to truly unlearn everything that I was so wrongly taught. So the next time you freaks try to play the indoctrination card, your side, you know, the side against humanity, has been doing it forever. And it's crazy that you try to flip the script and say people who have compassion are indoctrinating people. Indoctrinating people to do what? Be understanding and caring human beings? That's called being educated. You know, education, the thing that your schools are supposed to be doing, not teaching political agendas and religion. God forbid your God have empathy. God forbid anybody believe in a different God. God forbid anybody support equal rights. God forbid anybody be free of discrimination. Well, that's not the world I want to live in. I will not live in a world where people claim God forbids to have humanity. Oh, and Komrosky, after so many months of you red carding us, I cannot wait to yellow card you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sally, followed by Jill.
Good evening. My name is Sally Price. I live in Temecula. I am a registered voter, and I have 2 children in the district. I stand before you to address the importance of promoting inclusivity and diversity within our educational system. It is crucial that we foster an environment where all students feel valued and respected, regardless of their backgrounds or beliefs. Let us work together to build a community that embraces differences and encourages mutual understanding, steering clear of diverse ideologies. Hundreds of Temecula Valley PAC volunteers have worked tirelessly collecting signatures for the recall effort. I am proud to say that I am one of those volunteers. Save our schools, vote yes to recall Komrosky. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill, followed by Jennifer Catalano.
I'm here as a constituent in Area 5, and I have some concerns that I would like addressed regarding Board Member Schwartz supporting, promoting, collecting recall signatures as an active board member. Second, endorsing questionable candidates for Riverside County Office of Ed who have actively spoke against parent rights and also supported the recall, but yet speaks out in comments regularly regarding parents and community members who speak out, which he doesn't agree with, going as far as calling them Christian nationalists. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for helping her with the mic.
Jennifer, followed by Brooklyn.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Catalano. I'm a teacher over at Alamos Elementary School. I wasn't really going to speak tonight, but I learned some disheartening news this last couple weeks about our literacy specialists, so I'm here in support of the literacy specialists. I don't know if you guys realize how much those literacy specialists do for our schools. The K-1-2 is a learn to read grade level. If we send those kids to 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade without knowing how to read, it's just detrimental to their education. I know a lot of people say we're here for the students, we're here for the students. Those literacy specialists are here for the students. I can speak to it because I was a literacy specialist when I first came to this district. I know what that role is. You are working with low kids. You are working with EL learners, and you are trying to make a difference, and these literacy specialists are doing it. So for us to sit here and say that we're going to either rewrite the role that they're going to be doing next year or eliminate them altogether is just devastating. Having multiple chances for those kids to have interactions with good reading teachers is so important. I can't do it all in my own classroom. I pull my low kids for a small group reading instruction. I pull them for intervention, but guess what? They get a triple dose because they go to a literacy specialist where she continues or even goes beyond what I can do in the classroom. So we need to really look at that when you guys are thinking about taking that away from the elementary schools. It is imperative that they stay in the position that they are in, not just moving them over to a coaching model. That's not going to be the same thing as working with those kids. And using iReady to determine that they are not making growth is only one data point.
Thank you.
Brooklyn, followed by Donna.
I also want to say thank you, Brianna and Elsie, for signing up in the front row. Really appreciate that. I want to give you a shout out.
Hello, board members. My name is Brooklyn Anderson. I'm the Black Student Union president, and I'm still the Black Student Union president. Ms. Wiersma, I would like to invite you to come to our meeting this Friday. We had a great meeting last week to kick off Black History Month. We talked about the importance of Black food and how it impacted our culture. This We'll also be having a meeting focused on Black History Month, and we also will be having a ceremony on the 29th of February to celebrate Black excellence, Black academic excellence at Chaparral. And I'd like to invite you to come. I'll email you the information and our flyers. I invited you to come see me last year. I came here last meeting and talked about how I haven't seen you, and I have yet to see you. So this time, I'll give you the information, and you can make that decision yourself if you would like to show up. My grandmother was the first ever female pastor in Temecula, regardless of religion or race. She's taught me to be proud of my faith, and you all have weaponized the Bible that I read every single day. You have weaponized the God that I pray to continue your hate. And something my Nana has always taught me, well, she spoke at the walkout last year. She spoke to students about her experience with racism as a 76-year-old woman. And I just want to tell you all, she's always told me that you can attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar. So and if you don't understand that now, you can put it on the shelf for later. But I came to tell you right now that I'm going to read you a scripture. I come here every time I speak, I say a scripture, Ecclesiastes chapter 5. If you make a promise to God, keep your promise. Don't be slow to do what you promised. God is not happy with fools. Give God what you promised to give him. It is better to promise nothing than to promise something and not be able to do it. And you've not been able to do the promise that you gave me a year ago. So you should have just never said that to me then. Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. I hope to see you this Friday, and I hope to see you the 29th at the Black Student Union meeting, and this is my wonderful secretary, Ava.
Thank you.
Donna, followed by Rusty.
Good evening. I support Dr. K and will do all I can to make sure that the recall effort is unsuccessful. Jen, Danny, and Dr. K, when they campaigned for the board, all said that they would emphasize certain issues. One was CRT. Dr. K said, and I agree, that the divisiveness that CRT promotes and encourages is counterproductive to a solid education and a cohesiveness in schools and communities as a whole. 2, sexually explicit books were removed from the libraries and classrooms. 3, putting together a committee to include parents when determining the appropriateness and efficacy of curriculum. 4, parental notification, recognizing parents and their God-given rights and responsibilities to their children, understanding that parents know and love their children more than anyone else. I am a Christian conservative, and I have the right and responsibility to voice my opinions at the podium and in the voting booth. That does not make me a Christian nationalist nor a threat to democracy. We need to protect the protectors. In the words of the late Toby Keith, this big dog will fight if you rattle his cage. And to be clear, Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Barkley, because I know you get it twisted, this is a metaphor, not a threat.
Thank you.
Rusty, followed by Emil.
Good evening. I, too, am here to voice my support for Dr. Komorowski in this theater of the reserved being styled as a recall vote. I try to live according to God's word, which instructs me to speak truth in love. It's in my nature to try to get along with people to whom I'm speaking, even if we disagree. However, I believe the time has come for kid gloves to be taken off. Dr. K is facing a recall for being true to his word and doing what he said he'd do. If you have a problem with his accomplishments, then the problem is with you. Anyone who believes that, as a rule, parents should be intentionally misled if their child is experiencing gender dysphoria does not want the best for kids and has no business in a position of authority over them. Anyone who believes that the best or only way to teach about the history of racism in our country is to encourage humiliation and degradation of student groups based on immutable characteristics does not want the best for the students and has no business in a position of authority over them. These are only two of the several issues for which you, Dr. Komorowski, have come under fire. Well, we support you, Dr. K, and we believe that you will maintain your position, and just understand that you're supported and that right will out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emil, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, Board. Despite what has taken place over this past year, for all 4 of you, I don't think anyone doubts your sincerest desires for every student to succeed and for their achievement levels to be maximized to the greatest extent possible. This is why tonight I would like to address equity in education as it pertains to our school district. When one looks at equity on the front end before a lesson is delivered, effective classroom teachers evaluate student needs, where they are struggling, their culture, their norms, their lived experiences, and from there, determine the strengths and assets students bring to the classroom. And they all have assets, albeit different types of assets. A teacher can then differentiate lesson delivery in order to level the playing field while applying the same achievement expectations and outcomes of each student. However, in reality, while we hope for the best outcomes for each student, outcomes are not always the same. Outcomes are not always the same because students are human beings who are sometimes unable to perform to their maximum potential due to varying circumstances and their lived experiences and conditions. With that said, it doesn't mean that we stop working towards achieving equitable outcomes with specific populations who are struggling academically in our district. Perhaps by revisiting the most recent LCAP and analyzing the data with respect to specific populations, the achievement inequalities which exist can be brought more into focus and collaboratively addressed by the superintendent and the board more formally in the public realm. In order to reduce these inequalities, I think this exercise might go a long way in terms of all of your continued efforts in serving the students of Temecula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel, followed by Slim.
Good evening, Dr. Woods, board members. I've been wondering for some time now, who is behind this polarization? A lot of people know me already. I'm the podcast you've heard about. We have conversations in my backyard. I literally have anybody on who's willing to come on and speak. Episode 6, we recorded in September. The best part about my podcast, my platform, is I wait till the dust settles, and then I bring people in and I ask questions, and we break things apart. We had Danny Gonzalez on, where we talked about the TCI curriculum, and what was uncovered blew my mind. What was uncovered is the fact that the reason why the 3 voted no to the TCI curriculum is because of the lack of parental feedback, because Jody McClay dropped the ball on that. And that's the truth. But when you said no, of course, things got polarized. So again, who is behind the polarization? I'm sure it's not you, Dr. K, whispering in the classrooms, in the schools. I'm sure it's not you. But I digress. Episode 11, we also talked about people who were collecting recall signatures. We got a soundbite, the recall pitch that they were doing. Someone came to someone's property, and we talked about it. And we took it sentence by sentence, and we broke it apart. And again, I don't blame the volunteers. I don't blame the teachers. Who I blame is the leaders of the recall. The gentleman who is on record saying it's not about telling the truth, it's about getting signatures. The gentleman who's so cowardly that he points to the school board, sends his cronies, and hides behind the sandbags, because I haven't seen him here once. There's another leader of TV PAC who specifically went to a political event just to initiate the recall. So this is, we got to call it what it is, right? You know, the people who supported you, i.e. Family PAC, fine. But the opposition is a left-wing extremist group, and people need to really understand that. I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Slim, followed by Jenny.
Hey, I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. You were duly elected because the other board members wouldn't listen to us. Parents came in, we made complaint. Now they're saying you're doing the things that they were doing to us. Now you're wrong, but they were right. And we're not going to have it. You know what? I wish I had a permanent magic marker. I would write on the back of your desk, Dr. K, up to 2030. And if that's what you want, you could have it because we will support you. So thank you, Jen. Thank you, Doc. And hey, Danny. Thank you, too, for doing the things you said you're going to do. And we're going to keep on doing the things we said we're going to do. Because we don't have to lie. We don't have to lie to make it real. The truth will always prevail. That's why I'm not afraid to tell the truth. We don't hate nobody. But we're not going to lie so people will like us. And I thank you for getting rid of CRT. That's not Black History. You didn't get rid of Black History Month. You got rid of CRT, where people are saying conservative white Christians are racist. But remember, it was the Democrat Party in the past that said black people were not human. And what did they wear? They wore sheets with hoodies. They were the KKK, and the Democrat Party supported them. Now the same Democrat Party, what do BLM wear? Black clothing and hoodies. And what do? They burn, destroy, and they call it social justice. Well, the KKK was doing social justice too. Now BLM is doing social justice. And by the way, I identify. No, I better.
Thank you.
Jenny, followed by Jennifer.
Oh, not me?
Jenny Sharp. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah, Jenny. Then followed by Jennifer Bach.
Sorry, there's a lot of us. All right. Good evening. Wow, I am so excited to be here tonight. I am here to celebrate all that this community has accomplished this past year. I love democracy in action and seeing we, the people, coming together to focus on our students instead of national political agendas and tinfoil hat conspiracies has been amazing. In December, One TV PAC was formed to bring the focus of electeds back to good governance, fiscal responsibility, and supporting the entire community, not just a select few who support an extreme partisan agenda. And then we spoke up and pushed back against the bigoted, racist, and homophobic rhetoric and policies of this school board majority. Oh, whoops, ex-majority enacted. Then, once you decided to fire our award-winning superintendent without cause, we, with a community push, knew we had to recall you. Then we doubled down, then you doubled down on your partisan political agenda. You prevented elementary teachers from having a viable social science curriculum to start the year over your homophobic bias. You denied TVUSD teachers their well-earned and well-deserved COLA. You had already passed an unfounded CRT ban because we don't teach that, Chauncey, a harmful outing policy, and ban pride flags behind your national political agenda. The success of this recall demonstrates that the majority of actual TVUSD parents do not support your agenda, and this community supports recalling you, Joe. We collected over 5,000 signatures, nearly 1,000 over the needed number to recall you, Joe. I am so proud of this community effort. We did not employ paid canvassers. We dedicated hours and hours in our lives, and we came together as an inclusive community and got it done. And I am so excited. And Jen, stop crowing because we got a third of.
Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Josh Sherling.
I'm sorry, I'm going to wait because that is the 4th or 5th time that Dr. Komrosky has left when I come up to talk, and I still don't understand why. So is there somebody behind me that wants to go?
Josh, do you want to speak? Josh.
I'm actually here to speak on behalf of somebody else. Araceli, she is the crossing guard over at Bella Vista, that dumpster fire of an intersection. Thank you, Jen. She was able to get a radio to Araceli, and she asked me last night, we sat down together to write some comments out for you guys to hear. So for the past 5 months, I've stood at this crossing guard post, witnessing firsthand the dangers our children face due to reckless driving. While I'm incredibly grateful for finally receiving radio, 5 months is simply too long in matters of safety. My purpose today is not solely about expressing this relief. It's about urging immediate action to protect our most vulnerable, our students. Without a radio, I felt helpless. Imagine facing a child struck by a car, unable to call for help instantly. There's a constant worry, a burden that I shouldn't fall solely on one individual. With the radio, I have a sense of security, knowing that I can act swiftly in an emergency. This isn't just about my peace of mind, it's about every child's well-being. Unfortunately, the radio isn't enough. I've witnessed countless instances of drivers exceeding the speed limit, disregarding traffic signs, and blatantly ignoring safety measures. Cars blocking the crosswalks during rain, putting children further at risk, is a reoccurring scene. Please consider the following. Increased law enforcement presence. Imagine the impact of having officers stationed here for 20 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the afternoon. A visible deterrent could significantly improve compliance with traffic laws. Community outreach campaigns. Collaborate with local media to remind parents about road safety, especially near schools. Random checks by law enforcement across different schools would further reinforce these crucial rules. Volunteer recruitment. Explore ways to attract volunteers who can assist with crossing duties, creating an additional layer of supervision, ensuring all corners are covered. These steps, along with the radio, paint a picture of a more secure environment for our children. Remember, their safety is not a 5-month wait, it is a continuous commitment. So, board, Jen, thank you for getting a radio.
Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Sia.
I'm not sure what it is about my speeches that makes you leave, Dr. Komrosky, but it happens a lot, and that's quite confusing to me. I am a citizen. I'm a parent. My kids go to schools in your area. I live in your area. These schools are important to me. I don't come in here divisively. I don't come in here as personal attacks to anybody. And yes, as someone said in the back, maybe my speeches sound the same, but I'm going to try to advocate for better governance. I'm going to try to advocate for better results, because right now, we're not getting anywhere. We've done nothing but create divisiveness, create polarization, create hatred, name-calling, finger-pointing, spreading misinformation and disinformation. This is not an effective board. This is not the most ideal board. We have an award-winning school district, but we're not acting like it. So I'm not sure what it is specifically about these comments. Maybe they're hurtful, but take that with a grain of salt, and let's all look in the mirror a little bit and see what we can do better. Yeah, I might be repeating myself, but damn it, let's try harder. I am trying to find ways to bridge the gap. I don't agree with all of you. I don't agree with any of you completely. But I'm here to try to advocate for us to do better. I'm trying to help to find ways to advocate what it is that's valuable to you and bridge the gap to make ways that we can implement that in the school districts without all the hatred. It doesn't have to be what I agree and what I think. And it doesn't have to be all of what you think. But what represents the parents and the best interests of the kids? Can we get there, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it Sia or Cece? Is it Sia or Cece? No. Last name Truman. Followed by Will.
Hello, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ceci Truman. I am a California congressional candidate for District 25. I stand with the constituents of Temecula on behalf of Dr. Joseph Komrosky. He has fought on the right side of history in regards to our children by ensuring that all materials, including pornography, pornography and vulgarity is removed from our schools. These materials only prove to demoralize our children and destroy their souls, minds, and futures. By the way, tell me, what kind of normal adult is fixated on exposing innocent children to vile pornographic materials in schools? This is what Dr. Joseph has adamantly stood against. He has stood to protect the children and parental rights in Temecula Valley, and it's time for all parents to stand behind Dr. Komrosky. He has worked to ban critical race theory in Temecula schools, which does nothing but create race divide and hatred of America. What is the future of America when children here are taught to hate their own country? A country that has been blessed, or that has blessed them with freedom and opportunity. Will these children grow up to one day defend this great nation? Military recruitment rates are at the lowest they have been since before World War II. World War III, we are on the fringes of. This is a detriment to our national security. What we teach our kids now will impact all Americans on both sides of the aisle, the left and the right. When California academic test scores rank 48 out of 50 states, basic reading, writing, and math skills, bureaucrats in California are hell-bent on pushing a social agenda of sex and gender confusion, meanwhile failing our children academically.
Thank you. I think we have our last speaker now.
Will?
Hey, man, if you believe about the military, I suggest you pick up a weapon and join us.
This is not your meeting. Please
Sorry.
direct your comments to the board. Thank you, thank you.
All right, guys. Liberty and justice for all, right? Liberty and justice for all. For some reason, we tend to forget that. Liberty and justice for all. Yet for you say, well, but not the pedophiles. Those are wrong. I get what you're saying and I agree. But don't point at somebody and call them one. Because they're not. Do you want to assume somebody here might be doing something wrong? Somebody could be wrong. Somebody could be a wife beater. Somebody be accused of doing something else, correct? Don't do that. It is not the school district's responsibility when these parents say parental rights. Nobody has taken their kids away from them. No, you have not. You have not told them what to say or do. If these kids are learning Grand Theft Auto from their parents, that's not your issue. Your issues are to turn around and teach them to teach the teachers with respect. When I was a kid, and when you were children, guess what happened? You were sent to the teacher, you were taught something, and you walked away. Parents did not come in and say, I demand to know what's going on. The teachers told them what was going on, the teachers explained them the curriculum, and they walked in. That was it. If you want to turn around and have the teachers work with parents, please do. Have them get off their butts and come out here and do something. Last time I checked, every time I go volunteer at a school, I don't see half these people. So if they want to turn around and actually help, be there. You're not there. You're not there. And if somebody invites you to be there, be there. And if somebody calls you something and you don't like hearing it, deal with it. And if you turn around and say, as a concerned parent, you're not a parent.
Thank you. All righty. We're on the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine, and all will be enacted with one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. We have items 8, 13, and 21 pulled for discussion. Any other items? If not, okay. We do have comments. One comment on which action item? 8. Okay. Well, I'll take the comment first. Then when Steve gets back, we can vote in the rest, and then, yeah. Okay. I believe we have Mrs. Scharf. You're up. Yeah, we'll keep consistent.
All right. Good evening again. First, a multitude of studies have shown that the DARE program was utterly and decidedly unsuccessful. 10 years after the inception of the DARE program, the American Psychological Association found in a study of 1,002 participants in that program that the results of the study found that the program had no meaningful impact on rates of drug use, attitude towards drugs, or self-esteem. DARE's failed programs and empty platitudes did little to nothing to prevent future drug use. On top of this factual information, you want to spend $8,000 to send one person to DARE training while we, the teachers, keep hearing that the monetary sky is falling and we may face layoffs in a couple of years, which turns into increased class sizes and less learning for students. Why don't you take some time to research the efficacy of the programs we already have in place and support those? Believe me, I understand the drug issues facing this community. I have taught family members of those in the community who have died from fentanyl, have taught students falling out of their chairs from fentanyl, and who've watched their best friends die from this fentanyl epidemic. This, of all places, has to be one place that we as a community, left, right, center, can come together. Let's fight this deadly epidemic, but let's do it without wasting precious limited funds and by practicing good governance and fiscal responsibility while saving our schools and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I call for a motion and a second to approve 1 through 7, 9 through 12, and 14 through 20. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz. Do I have a second? Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, thank you, Lene. Motion adopted 4-0. Now we will pull item 8 for discussion, conference travel request. I believe this was associated with DARE, and I open it up for conversation.
So I'd love to start because this has been kind of a 6-month process. Back in July, I got to go to a Las Vegas seminar, and with the safety and different things that we talked about, I was absolutely privileged to meet Dennis Osborne. He's the regional director of DARE America International and a retired colonel of the Nevada Highway Patrol. And he took his time, we sat down, we talked, and what was great is we then took that collaboration to the district where I spoke with Mr. Vickery, and we talked about what we have and don't have. I'm going to run resistance on what you just heard. There's actually stacks of information as to what DARE has been able to do, and the great thing is the DARE of today is not the DARE of yesterday. This has been a fluid organization that's looked at what's gone on in our schools and endeavored to make it better. So more than 6,000 law enforcement agencies currently deliver DARE programs to more than 1.2 K through 12 students, 1.2 million K through 12 students who are in more than 10,000 communities. It's estimated there are 29 international DARE programs that meet 3 million annually. The breadth, the depth, the longevity of the adoption of what they've done has really moved me. I've watched videos, I did homework, I did research. It does take an investment, right? When the board went to CSBA in San Francisco, it cost us $8,500 for a couple of days. That was the expectation, that we go and get training and that we learn. In the agenda, we're also voting I am assuming, maybe we just did with Jimmy Evans, Jody Mueller, to go to Seattle, Washington for the National School of Public Relations Association for professional development. And I'm really glad that they get to go. It's $7,000. This is what we do. We invest in people here in the district, and then in turn, they invest in our people. I have Dennis Osborne actually here today if the technological aspect is going to work. I asked him to come in and just give us a snapshot of what we're looking at doing. I think we would all agree, and this is where the bridge comes in. And Jennifer, you eloquently spoke to the fact that we've got to collaborate and bridge the divide and come together on issues that matter to us all. Kids' safety, it's at the top. If I can take $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 and invest in a deputy who's going to spend 80 hours to go out to Arizona and come back and walk into the classrooms with 5th grade students and say, this is what you need to know. I want you to make good choices. Let's talk about some of these things that you're going to encounter in elementary school, middle school, and beyond. It's about relationships, and that's what we all want. And that's what impressed me, and absolutely, it's worth every dollar because of what it's going to give to the kids. So with that, that's my piece, just to introduce it to all of you. And I don't know if Mr. Vickery, you want to come and speak for a few minutes first, or if we'd like to hear from Dennis Osborne. He can answer questions from my colleagues if you're kind of wondering some specific aspect. I know they'll be able to cover it. But I am excited for the district to bring this on board, and I hope all of you are as well.
I would recommend that Mr. Vickery gets the first opportunity to tell us from his perspective a little bit about the DARE program, since you are a safety expert.
Can you? It's going in and out. A couple of the things that we've learned about the difference between the old DARE program and the new DARE program that's been around now for at least 10 years. There is some evidence. UNC did a study where they concluded that it did have a positive outcome, that there was a reduction in alcohol and drug use. That study was done in 2022. The old DARE program was more of a scare DARE program where they brought in, a box of, my wife used to be a DARE officer, so I remember she had a box of fake needles, fake things like that. The DARE program has changed in the sense that its core concepts now are self-control, teaching self-control, about risks and consequences, safe and responsible decisions, communication, and becoming a safe and responsible citizen. What I like most about the DARE program, because there's a lot of things out there where we can teach things like this to the kids, and we do a good job of that already in a lot of different ways. But this is a great way for our school resource deputies to be in those 5th grade classes and being a mentor towards those 5th graders and building that positive relationship between law enforcement and those elementary kids, and introducing them to making those positive decisions before they get to middle school. So that's.
Thank you, Mr. Vickery.
Mr. Osborne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for being here tonight. First of all, I just want to thank you for the time you invested in speaking with me in Las Vegas and keeping in touch over email. Really appreciate it. So give us the bird's eye view. We'd love to hear from you. We know you're the expert and you want to help kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time tonight. I think the most important thing to know about DARE today is it's a very different program than the original DARE that started in 1984 with LAPD. It has really grown, and the emphasis now is on teaching students decision-making for safe and healthy living. That's different because the original program was really a fear-based, lecture-based program, and this is anything but that. The DARE officer today, when they go through their 2-week training, not only are they certified on the K through 12 curriculum, but they're taught by expert in education, someone that's a teacher in the classroom, and they learn skill sets on how to deal with classroom management, different learning styles that students have that are identified, and help the officer reach every student, not just the majority. And it's really geared towards the interaction where the DARE officer is the guide. He lets the students do the decision making, but he gives them the skill sets to do so. One of the keeping it real is the curriculum that DARE went to in 2009 for middle school, in 2013 for the elementary school. And that was a curriculum that was created by Arizona State University in partnership with Penn State University, where they used real kids for case studies, where they got all these different situations that young people find themselves in, but then it gives them the strategies on how to deal with it. And that's what the REAL stands for in keeping it real. It stands for refuse, explain, avoid, and leave. And it is a drug prevention, but really is also I believe it's as far as a leadership type thing, because it gives them communication skill sets and decision-making skill sets that they can use all throughout their life, really. So the elementary curriculum touches on the keeping it real. We explain that, how to use it, and then drug information, risks and consequences, peer pressure, stressful situations, basic communication, nonverbal communication and listening, bullying, helping others, and then getting help for themselves from others. So those are the 10 lessons that they get in that 5th grade class that I caught the very tail end of. One other thing I think is important, actually 2 more things I really like to put out there, and then I can certainly take some questions or go in a different direction if that's what's wanted. But the stats that are used in all DARE curriculum are from an independent agency called Monitoring the Future. So those are where the stats are pulled for our lessons, such as like on alcohol or tobacco, on how many deaths are related to alcohol or tobacco. And the reason that's important is because we give those kids those skill sets to be able to research for themselves, to find the answers for themselves. And then it also educates them for when they want to make a decision to not participate in maybe drinking underage, they can understand that, hey, it affects the way the brain is being developed at my young age. And this many alcohol-related deaths are attributed to alcohol, and it's from Monitoring the Future. And that's just one way they can use this information. And then another very important thing is a lot of the critique of DARE came from studies from the late 1990s and saying that the curriculum didn't work. What's very important, and why I always agreed to talk in front of groups such as yours, is because that was on the old curriculum. Again, we changed to the Keeping It Real curriculum in 2009, and the most recent study was completed in 2021, and that was done by the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, in their Prevention Sciences evaluation of the Keeping It Real elementary curricula. And that study was a 3-year study involving 9 states and 45 schools. And again, it was completed in 2021, and there's executive studies on that now. There's articles that have been released based on that study, and it's all been positive about how DARE is effective and is working for preventing the use as a young person. So I'll take a break here just to see if there's other questions that are wanting to be answered before I keep rambling on here.
I think when we talked, you mentioned our neighbors in Marietta have a program. Is that something you spoke to?
So Marietta actually does not currently have a program. Unfortunately, they were a long time DARE participant, but from what I understand from the program, I certainly don't want to speak for the agency, but from what I understood, they went from the 5th grade to the 6th grade for that elementary curriculum, and it really does belong in the 5th grade because of course the best program is if you use it in the elementary school and then you follow up with it in the middle school and even high school, which we do have programs for that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. One more thing, if you have time, is I would like to add also that DARE America really keeps the content relevant. And one of the things that we use is different boards. We have a youth advocacy board where every state has an opportunity to have a young person on this board. And California, it's actually out of the Tracy area, Tracy, California. There's a student there that's on the board. But we also have a law enforcement advisory board, and we have a scientific advisory board and an education board. And why that's important is because DARE always is checking with these different avenues and the DARE officers in the field saying, what's happening in your community? What would you like to see a lesson on? And I've been with DARE since September of 2017 after I retired from the Highway Patrol. And every year since I've been out, they've created what we call an enhancement lesson. And just last year in our Las Vegas International Conference, we released what we called our social media safety lesson. And why that's important is because DARE doesn't create these lessons by themselves. DARE always partners with the expert in the field. And in this situation for the social media safety, they partnered with the Organization for Social Media Safety. Just a couple other enhancement lessons that have been of recent time was our More Than Sad teen mental health. And that came about because over the COVID time, unfortunately, teen suicide actually percentage-wise increased. So DARE was hearing that from all those different boards, and they partnered with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention to create that enhancement lesson. And I'll just name off the other ones that have been recent. Fentanyl lesson that's available to everybody, whether or not they're a DARE community or not. And then we also have a vaping prevention lesson, and then opioid and over-the-counter and prescription drug lessons. And that's just important because we always try to keep it fresh, keep the curriculum to help the communities that it's in and help the officers, the educators, and the community with what's affecting them at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Osborne and Mr. Vickery. Any questions for these two?
Yeah. So this is actually my wheelhouse. I won't call myself an expert, but I am a certified prevention specialist. I've worked in this arena for 34 years, and part of my day job, been certified in lots of different programs. So I have a pretty deep understanding of DARE, its history, the nuances of programs that are deemed proven effective, promising programs, the different types of studies that are required to be on certain lists, recognized by the federal government. You can get funding for certain things, but they have to have gone through a certain level of certain types of studies with certain numbers of people, making things statistically significant. Anyway, I won't bore you with all of that because I could go on. But so Mr. Vickery, have you looked at other programs, or did Mrs. Wiersma bring you this one and then you guys decided this would be a good way to go, or have you looked at other options?
I don't have it. I have no other options. The DARE program, once it was brought, it was something that we wanted to pilot. I felt like a pilot would be a good way to see it was something that we wanted to move forward with after a 10-week with our fifth graders to see that positive interaction. But I understand and I agree there are other things out there for sure.
And why was Rancho Elementary chosen? Was there a reason for that?
When we first started discussing this, I spoke with my partners over in Student Welfare and Success, and we decided where this program, if we implemented it, where it would be best suited for what we already have in place for some of our programs, and it was decided that elementary school would be our best. So in knowing that, and I put out a email to all our elementary principals, not all of them, but a few of them, to ask them who would be interested if we were to get this up and running, who would be interested in doing it. And Rancho Elementary and the principal over there thought it would be a good idea for their school, and they wanted to be a part of it. So we decided that that would be a good starting point to kind of run it through and see what happens for the 10 weeks and get the feedback from the teachers and the principal and the kids and the deputy, and find out if it was something that we wanted to scale afterwards to provide for the rest of our fifth graders.
Okay, thanks. I guess where I struggle a little bit with this program is that, I mean, and no disrespect, but we definitely just heard a sales pitch, and that's great. There's some really good information that's helpful. I can compare that to other ones I'm familiar with, other ones I've done research on. I have researched the studies that have been done with DARE. It's definitely kind of a TBD on whether or not it is going to have the kind of results that other programs have. So it might not. I guess for me, as always, I look at where are we putting the cart and the horse. To invest so much when nothing else has been considered, especially it's a newer program with much less research behind it. And I understand the thinking behind placing it at Rancho, But I think if we're going to pilot something, you know, personally, I would look at a different set of statistics. Where is the need the greatest? Where can we have the most impact with the program? Definitely, can it fit into what they have? Do we have staff who are willing to support it? Also a consideration. But to me, I feel like it would be really important to look at where we're placing it to make sure it has the most effect. There are literally dozens of other options that are proven effective, that are on the list, that come out from OJJDP or SAMHSA. They have tons of them, and they cover a lot of the same things, and maybe even at a higher level because they're more established programs. I just think maybe we should pull back and talk a little bit more about it before we invest the money into one, because it's also one officer at one site. I mean, could we do a little bit different style where multiple people are trained and it can be implemented? I do like the idea of the officers being involved. I think that is fantastic. And like I said, as a prevention specialist, I know this is critical. We have a lot of things in place in the district, which I think are fabulous. Would I love to see more? Always, because I think that you can't start soon enough. You can't do enough of it. And a lot of and I was a little bit confused because you talked about keeping it real is in the middle school, but that's not the program in the elementary school. But I did see that the studies were on the middle school program. So, but I think that in my view, it would be great to just maybe pull in some of the directors as well as yourself and kind of look at it overall, what would be the best program to pilot if we're gonna invest money. It's tight and it's getting tighter in our budget. And I just think that making a really educated decision moving forward to make sure that the kids are getting the absolute best we can give them. I've had a lot of experience with, working with kids who face these issues, and it's truly devastating and heartbreaking to kids, families, communities, and it is super, super important, and I would just really like to get it right.
So this was a 6-month process for me. I spent a lot of time, and what I was most impressed with in Las Vegas was all the different vendors and people that were available to talk to. When you go to a safety seminar, you invest looking at the best of the best. And I will say, without a doubt, sitting down with Dennis and talking to him, going home, doing the research, doing the study, talking to Mr. Vickery. Mr. Vickery is at the top of the decision-making with safety and security, and I appreciate that he figured out the school. That actually wasn't anything I knew about because I left him and his expertise to take the ball and run with it. When you look at the fact of how little this costs when we have so many thousands of dollars going into professional development, our officers deserve the best. If this officer, Cortez, can take those 80 hours and learn and go and fly and pilot this, we may or may not decide to keep it going. I'm guessing we're going to, but those 80 hours that are invested in him are priceless. He's got colleagues who are also officers. Enhancing our SRD's knowledge and giving them that base so that they can go and develop relationships with the kids is priceless. It is something so important. And I know that you weren't all with me for 6 months, but without a doubt, I'm convinced this is something we should invest in. If it had been under $5,000 and not out of state, it just would have passed through. There's protocol we have to take things through when there's a greater investment, as we should. We want to be invested together. And I'm telling you as a community, this is the right thing to do. This is more about me, and it shouldn't be. I think we have to get past.
Hey, you guys,
I'm
before
just
we
gonna
do,
go through the program. We need to look just at what the program is
Mrs.
and the
Winslow?
kids who need it.
Mrs. Barclay,
100%.
before we do discussion, I'm going to bring in Mr. Schwartz. He's been
That's
waiting
fine. Yep.
patiently. Yeah,
Glad.
thank you.
I hate being sandbagged, and that's what I got here. If I knew we were going to have a battle of the experts, I could have done my own research and brought in my own experts and my own salespeople. We have programs in place in this district. We have our This Is Not About Drugs program in conjunction with Riverside University Health System. We have our County Overdose Data to Action program in order to increase community awareness of what's going on. I have personally sat with our state senator, Kelly Sayardo, and helped him work about the fentanyl bill, on preventing fentanyl coming into our community. So we already have programs in place. I have no knowledge of this new DARE program, but I do have a lot of concerns. First of all, the deputies are assigned by the Riverside County Sheriff. What would happen if the deputy we send for training is now reassigned to another place? Or that deputy decides to move, or retire, or gets a promotion. Now what happens? Nobody's here who's trained. So I think along with what Allison said, we need to step aside, step back, look at other things, and then make our decision. I don't want to read my whole thing that I have here because I think we talked enough about this.
We do have
Thank
a plan
you.
for that, but Joseph, go
I have a
ahead.
question for Mr. Vickery. Is there any overlap to address the concern that Mr. Schwartz had if a deputy leaves or gets reassigned or moved? Any overlap with?
No, I
Deputy
can't.
Sheriff?
Yeah, he's right. If the deputy leaves for some reason during the pilot program, which I wouldn't anticipate that being a two-month long, but no, Mr. Schwartz is right.
Here's what we discussed, though, and having that pilot and running it, seeing how the success is meted out. One thing that could be an option then is to expand the program and training. I know they do regional trainings from time to time. They're not usually in California, which is why we picked the next best place, which was Arizona. There was one in Hawaii, and there were several on the East Coast. So we tried to streamline the budget as much as possible. But that would be the dream in my mind, is to make sure that you've got one that trains, comes back with the knowledge, shares it, and then it's something that others can take part in. And if we can network and maybe bring something here so that the rest can go ahead and get the training, that's the forward thinking that I have with this. So it's a great, great program.
Okay, just a suggestion. Do you want to table this and bring this back, or you want to take this to vote, Mrs. Wiersma? I'll ask for a motion, a second from all four, and we can proceed. No, I didn't ask yet. Thank you,
said you
Mr.
asked for a
Schwartz.
motion
No,
and
I said
second.
I will.
Oh, okay.
Do you have an opinion at all? I know you didn't share much. Or
We can take this to vote, but if we do, I'm not sure we can bring it back. And I'm hearing two people disagreeing. So I'm just
Well-
asking you, do you want to table it? Because if it goes
what are
to
the
vote,
ramifications of tabling it? So it can't be brought back unless what?
a prevailing member of the board that
No,
voted.
it can be. If it's tabled, it can be brought back.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm talking
if
about
it's
if we take
voted-
it to a vote. and
Yeah,
it
if it's
doesn't go
voted down,
through,
it can't be.
Yeah. But if it's tabled, any one of us can bring it back. Or we can
Absolutely.
even plan to bring it back, yeah.
This is an interesting situation. I'd love to take the vote and have on record that the two of you turn this program down. However, because it's not about the politics, and I want this for our kids.
Well, that's clearly about the politics.
No, it's not, because if I were going to do that, I could force the issue.
Okay.
But I'm not going to. Here's what I'm going to
Guys,
do.
please, thank
Here's
you.
what I'm going to make a motion to do. I would like to know from both of you what would be helpful for you. We can table it, but let us know what can I give you in terms of material, or maybe you can connect with Mr. Osborne and get more of your questions answered. If we can create a timetable for that, I'm happy to do that, because I would love for you to see more of what I have.
Well, and just to be clear, this has nothing to do with you. Like I said, this is my wheelhouse. I knew exactly where to go to look at the evaluations of this program. If it was a promising or an effective program, it's not on the list. That's the number one place I go. I do this for a living, so it's not on the list. So it might be in the future. They may have plans for that. I don't mind hearing about that. But I mean, I think this is another example, like, we're just not informed. Like Steve said, we didn't really know about this until it showed up on the agenda. We could vacuum more if we know what's going on, but it's not. It was never a discussion item. It just came as something to vote on. So again, I'm all for a prevention program, 100%. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think we just need to hear more and talk about it. I'm happy to talk to Mr. Osborne. Maybe he can answer some of my questions that I had about what's going on with their, are they getting on a list? Are they being considered to be a proven effective program, or what's happening there? But I don't know if it's gonna, because I know what's actually on the list is the training.
Mr. Osborne, I don't know if you're still here, but I know you've said your trainings fill up so quickly, and we were signed up thinking if it were ratified, we'd have that space. What is next on the docket? I know that it's tough because there's a great clamor and need for it. So if we put this off and tabled it and had future discussion, is it going to end up on the East Coast where it's more expensive? Like what, in looking at the full calendar year, do you see?
Yeah, so the Arizona one would definitely probably be out if you can approve it tonight. But we do have one in Utah in June. That would probably be the next closest one.
And how many do you take into the training at once?
It usually is capped at about 28.
Okay. Perfect. All right, thank you. So then maybe what we can do is table it. We'll get you the information that you need. If you have something you'd like to present, perhaps that could be something you could consider as well. And then we'll hope that maybe June would be a possibility if we decide you've got what you need and you're positive. How's that sound?
Yeah,
Do you have a
sounds good to
motion
me.
and a second to
Okay.
table? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think we have to vote on tabling it. We just consensus.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Osborne, thank you for your time. And Mr. Vickery, thank you so much. I appreciate all your
Do you
work.
agree with tabling it, Steve? Yeah. Okay, good. Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for presenting there and kindly standing there, Mr. Vickery, keeping you awake. Item 13, contract utility locating and mapping services for TES.
Yes, I wanted to pull this just because I did get a few questions from the community about it, and I got an excellent answer, and I just wanted that to be shared publicly so that those who had questions have a little more confidence in this item. So, Mrs. Lash, if you don't mind kind of giving us a few more details.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Barclay. I think you and Mrs. Wiersma both reached out regarding this agenda item, so I'm happy to provide clarification. This is not a facilities modernization project. What happened is we were going to go do some routine maintenance at Temecula Elementary School, and our maintenance department contacted our facilities department and said, can you give us the drawings that shows us where all of the utilities are? And we couldn't find those drawings. So we reached out to the city, and the city said, we don't have those drawings either. So this is hiring a firm to come in and show us where the gas lines, the water lines, the electrical lines are all underneath in the walls and underground that we can't see. So that way, as we update facilities in the future, we avoid hitting them.
Thank you, Mrs. Lash. Is that it?
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second for 13?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. We have the last one, 21, Valley High School. Oh, sorry, cut off. Wait a minute. No, it is. Valley High School, CUPCCAA.
21.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Oh, I know.
That's not
I'm
21.
reading. Right, I'm reading it.
Okay.
It takes a while to get to little sprouts. Oh.
Leftover from the other page.
Oh, got it, cut off. I was.
Sorry. Yeah, no.
Okay, yes, straight up, Little Sprouts Therapy Center. Any conversation on this?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz?
When I did some research on this organization, I found that they're not someone that we usually do business with. We already have contracts with agencies who provide this service. They have been researched and selected based on sound criteria by this board. This provider is not one of our approved agencies. I don't want to direct our students to a provider we do not deal with and really don't know anything about.
Okay, any other discussion?
So I don't know who would speak to this on the executive cabinet, but it's my understanding that parents have the ability to choose, and that's what it looked like to me. Is that correct, that this, by an agreement, the parents chose this particular center to provide services to their child?
Dr. Woods?
I know Mrs. Diaz can answer, but we all need to be cautious that we don't share specific information, and so we'll keep it as generic as we can.
Yes, so under the umbrella of confidentiality,
Under IDEA, we follow a specific set of processes when there's a request to move forward in mediation or alternative dispute resolution. And sometimes in a settlement that's reached, and in this case has been previously approved by our governing board, parents will be given an opportunity to pull from providers, or in the case of a parent request, select a provider. And in this case, the district would provide reimbursement to the parent for the provider that they select. And the provider has to be licensed or credentialed and has to meet that criteria. And under these requirements, this particular center, Little Sprouts, was requested by the family.
Right. I'm a huge advocate for speech pathology. So we could take this to vote unless we have any other discussions. The parent requested this, I have no problem, but do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma. I'll second it. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
No.
Schwartz?
No.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, thank you, Lene. Motion not adopted. 2-2 split. So now we are on to action items, and we have pulled action item 11 and brought it into number 1. That being, you read it out loud. Certificate by the registrar of voters as to the verification of sufficient signatures, petition for recall of governing board member Dr. Joseph Komrosky, myself. Do we have public comments on this action item, Dr. Woods? Okay, Lene is counting them out. 15. 2 minutes each, 30 minutes. Yep. Okay, 1 sec. Okay. Thank you for being patient. Lene is counting. Okay, we'll hear all 15, 2 minutes each.
First up is Jack, followed by Upney.
Hello? Hello, good evening, everyone. This recall effort was founded on lies and deception, from lies being told on college campuses and people telling people that Dr. K banned clubs that he never banned, to lies spread online. This board did exactly what it was elected to do, put education first and not activism, and get rid of all this stupid pornography that is vile to children's well-being and the sick monsters that advocate for it. I will still fight and stand with you, Dr. Komrosky, to the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Upney, followed by Jill.
Before I begin, I would actually recommend the parental notification packet has been updated. Everybody should go read the parental rights available to you. It was updated on January 29th. Coming back to the certification, when this whole thing started, everyone was very discouraging and pessimistic about the odds. They told me we were facing an insurmountable challenge because of the political demographics of the area. My response to them was that, aside from social media, I have not come across a single hateful or unkind person. All of my neighbors are very helpful, nice, and polite. Based on my personal experience, I believe that most people were kind and accepting and would not support the hateful rhetoric and unprofessional behavior coming from that platform. Although I did encounter a few difficult individuals while volunteering, I'm happy to say that I'm deeply touched by the community support overall. I was hoping that you would realize the harm you are causing and mend your ways. Unfortunately, my optimism was misplaced because you still haven't put any policies in place that help students succeed academically. Instead, you have fostered a negative and unsafe environment within our community, consistently displayed disrespect towards teachers, and spent time on promoting personal political agendas. I'm disappointed that you did not take the opportunity to address your unprofessional conduct, which has led us to this situation today. Regardless of the results of the recall election, I'm genuinely thankful for the opportunity to meet and work with with some incredible individuals in our community. Now, the people of this community have a choice whether they want to continue down this path of destruction created by officials elected on basis of lies and COVID anger, or move forward towards improving academic achievement of our students for a better future. I urge all of you to promptly make a decision and schedule the election date without unnecessary delay so that we can move forward as a community and shift the district's focus back to education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, followed by Greg.
Hello. I'm here in support of Dr. K. I printed this paper directly off the internet, his website, originally from last year's election, and his campaign platform that very clearly states that his 3 top priorities are to defend parental rights, fight for excellence in education and proper curriculum, no to CRT and CSE, and 3, to reduce harmful radiation, excessive RF EMF exposure to students and staff. That's A. Check 1, check 2, check 3. Did exactly what he campaigned for, exactly what the people who voted him in wanted him to do. It's very clear. Plus, adding in an all-inclusive flag policy, the parental notification policy, and then replacing the self-serving anti-parent leadership. And the last 2 items are prime examples of the issue that's going on here, right? We have an item for drug education. We have an item for student support, both because of the vitriol. And it's unfathomable, the fact that somebody who says they're an expert in drug prevention education would then blatantly not support a drug prevention education program. That then go ahead and say they advocate and support students, by which then to vote against a program that a parent and a student wanted for their child.
Thank you.
Greg, followed by Stephanie.
So I'm just going to start with our common ground. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think this whole debate has been an example of our republic. That's our common ground, is our pledge. But then we address grievances. People disagree with Joseph, and so they address grievances, and then we have a process. And the recall is really an example of our Republican government. We elect Joseph, or his district did. They can recall Joseph. That's part of the process. But then this is liberty under law. There's a process for the recall. There's a process for an election. There's a process for this debate. With the rules up on the board, we have to disagree agreeably. If we don't, then we can get escorted out. But the reason why we are disagreeing is because we disagree with actions that Joseph has taken. What we're going to be involved in then is maybe a debate over whether or not he is deserving of being recalled. That's a good thing. Debate is a good thing. So I think we're an example of Republican government. I'm going to advocate for Joseph for particular reasons, but I'm willing to listen to the alternative arguments. He's adopted a flag policy, a parental notification policy. He's encouraged morality in the school curriculum. He's helped elect a great superintendent. These are all really good things. So now we can engage in this debate as to whether or not to keep Joseph, and that's a great example of how our republic is meant to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie, followed by Daniel.
Dr. K and Ms. Wiersma ran their campaigns emphasizing the importance of parental rights and aimed to halt the indoctrination practices in our schools. They were democratically elected by our community and promptly began fulfilling their campaign promises. Unfortunately, their promises did not align with a vocal minority, many who don't even vote in the city. Yet our elected majority board members remain steadfast in their commitment to serve their community. And now here we are, a recall upon us for Dr. K's seat. Well, let's look at who supported the recall and pushed for it. We have outsiders who like to belittle and harass parents and Temecula community members online. Some of these online bullies going so far as to stalk, track, and map individuals with the intention of doxing and destroying lives. A highly sexualized man who owns what's known as a sex ranch, to which he's invited local high school graduates to. People like Riverside County Board of Education candidate Mahila Williamson, who holds extreme leftist views that prioritize government control over parental involvement. Additionally, the teachers' union, funded by taxpayers, has financially donated to the recall, therefore contradicting taxpayers' votes. TCI, the curriculum imposed on the school district after our majority board questioned it, also financially contributed to the recall, $10,000 to be exact. You, Mr. Schwartz, have also donated and supported this recall. In contrast, who is against the recall? Parents and community members who desperately wanted to see change in our district. Parents and community members who desperately want our schools to go back to basics, to stick to just academics, and to keep politics, propaganda, indoctrination, and filth out of our schools. As the recall moves forward, I implore voters to conduct thorough research and become informed on the matter. Only then can you decide whether to support or oppose Dr. K keeping his seat. Upon discovering the facts, I'm confident that many will be aware of how much our community stands to lose if the recall succeeds, and many will recognize the recall as a deceptive scheme perpetrated by extremists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel, followed by Jen. Bach.
Good evening again. I'm going to start where I left off. Leftist, extremist, right? When I started this, I came out as a moderate. I just had a conversation with some people outside about it. But unfortunately, I've been bullied. I've been pushed to the far right. My house has been exposed, pictures of my house, my address, previous addresses, information about my wife and my family. I have a Komrosky sticker on the side of my car. My wife somebody in a truck tried to run my wife off the side of the road with our 4-month-old baby in it, okay? We get flipped off. We get all sorts of obscene gestures when we go to Costco, Walmart. I'm with my family, and this is how the community decides to treat me. So when people say, oh, I thought you were moderate, yeah, I thought so too. But when I get bullied by people who are left-wing extremists, that's a big problem for me, okay? Now, Stephen Schwartz, you and we met. I have no issues with you, sir.
Sorry, sir. It's got to be related to my recall.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. All right, well, let's just get right into it then. I have an issue with Stephen Schwartz donating to the recall. I think that that's a little biased. I have an issue with him walking and knocking on doors and campaigning. Danny sat in that chair and explained that Stephen and Allison buck at every turn, and they shook their heads like they don't, but as a regular constituent, it's hard to deny that. Now, let's talk about the recall, right? Because I just want to point something out. They're celebrating and they're jumping. The community needs to understand what we're dealing with here, okay? They only turned 41 constituents in your district. If everyone shows up to vote again, it's over. You keep your seat. It's as simple as that. 4,843 people voted against you in November, and they got 4,884 votes. So I would just like to let the people know all we have to do is show up. And if we don't, then the left-wing extremists are going to win. Just like the TCI CEO donates, just like the 800 fine they couldn't deal with, they're making mistakes that they don't know how to.
Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Jessica.
There's 0 up there. There we go. You have support in your values and ideas of eliminating inappropriate material. CRT does not belong in schools. Pornography is not appropriate. But I ask you to consider how you've gone about applying these ideas. I ask you to consider the concerns that have been raised. The broad stroke policies have banned flags, removed and delayed curriculum, and caused so much divisiveness in our communities. They have violated laws and found to be discriminatory. It is at an exceptional cost that you have decided to implement the policies the way that you have. Much of what
Much of what you are fighting has caused our district to be in a difficult position. We are battling laws from a school board. Maybe this was your intent, but please consider that there are a lot of parents, residents, and voters that don't agree that this path is in our best interest. This isn't the right platform to be fighting laws and play politics. Please move forward with voting for a resolution to get this on the agenda and get this on the ballot so we can move through this and do better as a school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica, followed by Gia.
All right, good morning, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever we're at today. I've been up all day. So I'm here to first off say thank you for all of you for what you do. I'm Jessica Alexander. I'm a city councilwoman here in the city. I am not representing the city, but I'm representing myself and my constituents and the residents and the kids of this of our city. I know you don't have an easy job. I sit on the opposite side in a sense at the city, but I want you to consider everything that Joseph has done for this city. First off, I want to say that he has been here to be able to stand in the gap for the parents. He's been able to stand in for safety of what we believe is the need for the residents and the students of this community. I thank you again so much for standing in that gap, Joseph. You have been a warrior for all of us who are not able to always be here for these children. Dr. K, continue to stand strong. You have passed everything you've promised since your campaign. You have stood against profanity, obscenity, vulgarity, pornography, and erotica that is only destroying our children's minds, hearts, and souls. I endorsed you last year, along with Chad Bianco and several other people within this community. You have plenty of support, and I truly believe that you have the support of this community. I know that God and his people put you there for a purpose. I know that you are going to remain in that seat for the next 3 years. So I will support you no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gia, followed by Jessica Tapia.
Poor governance. That's why I support the recall. Congratulations, Dr. Komorowski. You proudly proclaim you kept your campaign promises. But keeping campaign promises that are illegal is wrong, counterproductive, especially when those promises negate the very existence and discriminate against minority community members. Do you know who else tried to keep his campaign promises? Hitler. He promised to create a community of racially pure Germans in a campaign to racially cleanse the world and of racial cleansing and to conquer the world. I wonder how that worked out for Hitler and his followers. Funny thing is, you don't even realize you're the bad guy and you're the bad guy. In your capacity as the president, you have tried to erase the contributions of people of color in the LGBT community. You have created a policy that denies freedom of speech with your flag policy. You created a hostile mandatory outing policy that denies privacy and can put students in harm's way if they live in non-supportive homes. You wield a heavy hand as you eject community members from the audience with your silly soccer cards while extending tremendous leeway for people who figuratively kiss your backside. You falsely label people who support queer folks as perverts and pedophiles, but you cry foul when you and Wiersma are called racist and LGBTQ intolerant. You have not been transparent, and as you have promised, and you've wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on your partisan politics. Politics do not belong in the school district. For those reasons and many more, that is why I volunteered collecting signatures to vote you out in a recall.
Thank you.
Jessica Tapia, followed by Dan.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Jessica Tapia from Our Watch, and I'm here to speak against the recall of Dr. Komorowski. Let me start by saying it comes by no surprise to me that this is happening. Why? Because The president of the board made the decision from day one to step boldly into this war on children, and that puts him at the top of the list of people the devil wants to take out. For those who continue to be in denial that that is what's happening today, I challenge you to watch the documentary that came out this month called The War on Children that proves our children are under attack by destructive, false, and demonic theories and principalities. And the thing that is required to stop this is us as adults. But so many adults are cowards today, quick to bow down and go along with the crowd, not Dr. K. He has challenged things that an average board president would have rubber stamped. He has refused to allow parents to be lied to by school personnel about their own children. He's brought in policies that thousands of people across the country have applauded and shared with me that they want to see in place in their own school districts. The flag policy, for example, the post I made about that went viral, and I ended up emailing TVUSD's flag policy to board members across the country because Dr. K has continually set the example as to what education should look like today. The only people who have an issue with what he has done are people who don't believe children should be truly protected, don't believe parents have rights, and don't believe that evil actually exists in the world. Not only should Dr. K not be recalled, really he should be cloned. We need one of him in every school district across California. A man bold and brave enough to hold the line, protect children, stand for parental rights, and keep the destructive ideologies and inappropriate content out of the classroom. If you have not heard of the major statewide petition called Protect Kids California, these are ballot initiatives to keep schools from lying to parents, to keep boys out of girls' sports and spaces, and to prohibit the mutilation of a minor child's body through drugs and surgery. As of today, there are 3,000 to 4,000 signatures being collected daily, and we are on track to get this.
Thank you.
Joe?
Dan, followed by Monica.
Joe, can I have a quick point of order here? I know that we announced that there is no campaigning allowed during the public comments. On anything, including ballot measures, where are we drawing the line tonight?
That ballot measure actually echoes what parental rights is all about, and it's the policy we passed here at TVUSD.
That has nothing to do with the fact that we are not allowed, and he reads it out, that we are not allowed to show support or opposition for any ballot measure. So where is the line being drawn? Oh, your mic's not on, Joe.
Noted Mrs. Barclay and noted Mrs. Wiersma. Thank you. Yes, no ballot initiatives are to be discussed, so.
Excuse me.
There you go.
We had a
Is
woman
the
here.
recall a ballot initiative?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
We had a woman here campaigning for Congress. Seriously? I didn't hear anyone throw her out, and she should not be allowed to do that.
All right, we'll let the next speaker go. Thank you. Okay, feel free.
Thanks. Joseph, Jen, and Danny were elected by the parents to bring back common sense education to this district. You did that by prioritizing core education. That was through the removal of non-educational materials. You created a policy that defines inappropriate materials. You removed the ability to teach children the color of their skin defines them, and remove the hopelessness that would result. Students are under the sovereign rule of parents, not teachers. And any child involved in behavior counter to the parent or their safety must be brought to light. So most importantly, and the real reason for the recall, is you gave parents their voice back. The other side will never mention against parental rights because it's a losing proposition for them. It would kill everything they say they ultimately stand for. And all you did to accomplish all that was simply follow the Ed Code 233.5. Don't let these few activists speak for the parents. They don't. They gave up their integrity a long time ago. But you kept yours. And for that, you can hold your head high and understand every parent that voted for you understands that, and they will stand behind you all the way. Any rush to force a change back to the removal of parental rights will only result in giving tyranny a free rein to hurt or destroy the very children that those on the board are sworn to protect.
Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker is Monica.
Hello. Okay. The absence of ethical leadership and fair judgment is extremely upsetting. But even more upsetting is how I, as a parent, am not valued as much as other parents who are merely my equals. Ethical leadership and fair judgment is extremely necessary in any school, on the school boards, and in administration. Valuing some students over others is antithetical to that purpose. Valuing some parents over others is also antithetical to that purpose. Our students deserve better, and our community deserves better. Our students deserve an education that's well-rounded, that serves all students, each and every one of them. Our students deserve an education that encourages critical analysis, independent thinking, and a nuanced understanding of diverse perspectives. Instead, the previous majority has put forth selective policies targeting specific children, and they've removed anyone from meetings who disagree. It is evident that ethics is not a quality that's embedded on this board leadership. Ethical leadership in this board is extremely lacking, and to me, it felt like their goals was to destroy the high-quality public education that our students have been receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have discussion. How about, and by the way, one at a time before we get into conversation. Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, well, we have two options. I would propose option one, that we pick a date. If we can't agree on a date, then go to option two and let the registrar pick a date. I would suggest a date within the time limit of May 28th, but I don't really have any particular desire for any particular dates, just a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I will recuse myself from the vote because I have a financial interest. So to be objective, I'll pull out of this conversation, other than I look forward to reintroducing my values to our community. And I let the Mrs. Barclay and Mrs. Wiersma continue with Mr. Schwartz, and he suggested May 28th.
Yeah, I think we should just get on with the vote. There's really not much discussion here. It's just a notification to us, so I think we should just proceed.
I'm going to advocate for the parameters that are written with a June date. So I believe it was June 26th. I was looking at, we have 2 board meetings in June, we have graduation in June, we've got school getting out. I'd like to see continuity through that time. I believe ballots drop maybe a month ahead of time. So that's where I stand in an opinion with this.
I think we need someone, I'll leave it to the superintendent to calculate out to 125 days. Can you give us a date within that parameter, Gary?
Yeah. It's a complex question, because there's 14 days that are given when the board is finally noticed, which is tonight, and makes a decision. The registrar of voters will make up their own minds, but the best calculation we have within a few days, one way or the other, is right behind you, Mr. Schwartz.
So I would say June 10th is the out date, and I would say any date within that parameter is fine.
What's the 180 days? What does that represent?
That's if it's a consolidated, so the registrar of voters can make a decision to consolidate elections.
Oh.
In that case, they can go out 180 days.
I mean, it's not of a whole lot of consequence what we decide here, because they're going to do what they want.
They
anyway.
are going to do what they want. That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think just like an end of May date is probably better before summer gets rolling, but.
I'll sit on June 10th.
June 10th? Allison?
There's 2 for June 10th. Mrs. Barclay.
We would need all 3.
Yeah.
I just feel like it needs to be a little bit earlier. That's right when school's getting out. I think it's kind of a difficult time for people.
What day is graduation?
6th.
June 6th.
So it would be great to get through that, the full school year, in my opinion. I know that board members have the opportunity to go to graduations and enjoy that. I'd like to see it on the 10th.
After, oh. Yeah, I'd like a May date.
Okay. If we don't reach consensus with 3 votes, then it does go back to the registrar of voters, and we would notify them that we could not reach an agreement, majority agreement. They would then make the decision.
Okay, so we got 2 June 10ths, and Mrs. Barclay, what May date are you suggesting? Keep in mind, I'm not voting, I'm just helping you guys.
Yeah. So 23rd.
Does it make sense that it would be nice to have him enjoy the graduation process, go to a high school, be a
Well,
part of that?
Well, that doesn't matter because they're not going to certify at the date of the election.
I understand that.
Doesn't mean like that's the
I just think it
date.
would be an honor for him to do that prior.
I mean, that's not really like the point of my vote. It's just basically looking at the calendar and doing it before, summer starts, making it most convenient for people who would like to participate, just probably before summer vacations start. So I liked what did you say, Steve? The 20?
The week, 2 weeks before, the 28th.
Yeah, the 28th.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
like
we have
that, May
Mr.
28th.
Schwartz saying May 28th, Mrs. Barclay suggesting May 28th, Mrs. Wiersma. And just let me remind you, we have a board workshop on that day, but I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't conduct business.
Do we know, is it a mail-in or a in-person? We don't know. They decide that?
It will likely be mailed.
Oh,
It'll likely be what?
It'll probably
Mailed.
be
It'll
mail-in.
be
Likely
Most
mail.
most elections are now.
so that's just the deadline. It's not really you're not going to go vote on that day. It's just the deadline. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like the
Okay.
28th.
So 2 for 28th, Mrs. Wiersma.
That's fine.
Okay, so do we have a motion and a second for May 28th to recommend to the ROV? Because they could do
Yes.
whatever they want.
Right.
I-
It really probably doesn't even matter. in the
I
long term.
move that we recommend May 28th to
Okay.
the registrar of voters.
So we have a motion by Mr. Schwartz.
I'll
Do we have a
second.
second by Mrs. Barclay? Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Very good.
And I have to abstain, so motion adopted 3-0 to recommend to the ROV.
We will notify them tomorrow.
I will consider it an honor that you all 3 agreed on a date for my recall. I just can't believe it. Can't believe it. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to action item 2, which is the old one. Notice to conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District initial proposal for successor contract reopener negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA. Unless we have discussion for this, I call for a motion and a second.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Item 2, I'm sorry. Let me renumber this.
Item 3.
Item 3, right, I'm going to just make
It's
it new.
okay.
Item 3, conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District initial proposal for successor contract reopener negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. And so let me read this out officially. I know we've had a motion and a second, but I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing on February 6, 2024 regarding the initial proposal by the Temecula Valley Unified School District for successor contract reopener negotiations, Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA. It was moved and seconded This is the time and place designated for public hearing to review and consider the initial proposal by the Temecula Valley Unified School District for successor contract reopener negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA-NEA. I declare the hearing now open at 8:16 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the initial proposal by the Temecula Valley Unified School District for successor contract reopener negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA-NEA? Do we have any comments on this? No. Okay. If there are no more comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 8:16. Action item 4, acceptance of the Temecula Valley Unified School District initial proposal for successor contract reopener negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA-NEA. I call for a motion and a second on this.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Number 5, financial audit report fiscal year 2022-23. Dr. Woods, do we have somebody from the district reporting?
Ms. Lash.
Ms. Lash?
This will be brief.
Welcome up.
Normally, we have someone from our independent audit firm give this presentation. However, they were triple booked tonight, so you're stuck with me. There are 2 attachments tonight. One is the Measure Y bond audit report. So as part of the passage of Measure Y, came with a requirement that we are audited every single year. And the most important page is page 18, second to last paragraph, explains that we properly accounted for all expenditures held in the building fund, as well as all expenditures made were in accordance with the ballot language. So great news, we are appropriately spending those Measure Y bond dollars. The second attachment is the district's full financial audit report. And I'm happy to say that we passed with flying colors, especially for an organization as large as we are. You can find a summary of the entire report and the findings on page 109. There are 3 different sections that were audited. So there's the financial statement audit, there's the federal audit, and then there's the state compliance portion. All 3 of those sections on page 109 and 110 state that there were no findings and the report was unmodified, which is the best opinion that you can get from an independent auditor. So huge shout out to our fiscal department, as well as our accountability and assessment department and our special education department and all of the departments that are involved in this process. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Great job. I know it's a massive undertaking.
Sure.
And to have no findings at all, obviously, I mean, you guys are used to it, but we might take it for granted here, but it's not always that commonplace to have no findings whatsoever. So good job to you and your team.
Again, congratulations, Nicole and Cheryl and everyone who works in that department. It's amazing that in a budget of $400 and some odd million, we get those high marks, and it's a tribute to you and your staff, and we really appreciate you and your expertise.
Any other comments? Otherwise, we're going to have to wait just a moment. Okay. If you'd like, we can move for a motion to approve the audit report as presented.
I'll move it.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Please call the roll, Lene.
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
We have 3 out of 3. That is a majority. This passes. Great job, Nicole. Thank you very much. Now we wait patiently.
Thank you, Ms. Lash. Okay, Resolution 2023-24-12, elimination, discontinuation, reduction, and layoff of certain classified non-management employees for the 2024-25 school year, and we have 3 comments. or public comments, so 2 minutes each, okay.
First up is Kindy, followed by Andrew.
Put it on. Green.
Testing. All right,
Good.
we're good. Okay. Good evening. My name is Kendi Freytag. I'm the former library media technician at Home Instead Innovation Academy, as well as a parent of a student currently enrolled in the program. I'm here this evening to urge you to reconsider the decision to eliminate the library position at HIIA. I began at HIIA, a TK through 8th grade school serving elementary and middle school, in 2021 as a 3-hour-a-day library assistant. My 3-hour days quickly turned into 8 to 12-hour days to keep up with the workload. Eventually, the position became a full-time library media technician in 2022. The work done in our library is not just essential, it's an investment in the academic success of our students and the overall excellence of our virtual school. I can attest that it is a full-time job. I did the work of 3 people, a library media technician, a library assistant, and an IMS tech. If anything, the district has already saved thousands of dollars by having only one person service an entire school. In our dynamic virtual environment, the need for prompt and effective support is imperative. The virtual classroom comes with its own set of challenges. From connectivity issues to software glitches, our students and their families rely on the expertise of our library personnel to oversee these hurdles swiftly. Cutting this position would jeopardize the seamless flow of education, potentially hindering the learning experience for our students. As one of our teachers once said, when our students cannot access their classes, it is the equivalent of having them show up to the school, but the doors are locked. Every student and family is unique, and our library serves as the bridge between technology and individual needs. Whether it's guiding a struggling student through an online resource or troubleshooting a technical issue for a concerned parent, the role goes far beyond mere technicalities. It embodies the spirit of support, understanding, and encouragement. And while it may make sense on paper for Vintage Hills to take over servicing our students,
Thank you.
Up is Andrew, followed by Pamela.
Oops, sorry. Lack of work or lack of funds. That is the determination that the district must make when we are limiting positions. You've heard from Ms. Freitag, and you will be hearing from Ms. Acne, Ms. Pamela Acne, with regards to how the district has handled the administrative assistant on operations layoff or potential layoff, as we lay off positions and not people. But I do want to bring to your attention that CSEA has filed a level 2 grievance on behalf of the administrative assistant and the aides that are at Alamos Elementary and Jackson Elementary. You have before you the resolution that says that those positions were empty. I will have you know that those positions had been filled up until January. It was a rush that we feel was taken by the district to try and empty those positions and not follow Article 17 of our collective bargaining agreement, which is a very distinct way on how to lay off how to lay off positions. We feel, as we move forward with this grievance, that the individual rights of those employees at Alamos, Jackson, potentially at transportation, were not followed. They were not given the right to pick a position. The district had cleared the positions before the layoffs took place. So I have a question as to why it was said that they were empty when they weren't empty. They were moved. They were preemptively transferred. You can't preemptively transfer a position when, as of August, the district knew that those positions were going to be eliminated. The district held on to those positions until January, where they finally pushed, and I do mean push, the last person out of that position, not giving them the right to potentially move into a position or even give them the right to be laid off, to allow them to go on a 39-month rehire. So with that, I implore you to follow the contract and follow Article 17.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Pamela.
Good evening, members of the Governing Board. My name is Pamela Ankeny, and I am here to address the recommendation that my position as Administrative Assistant 1 for Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation be eliminated. When HRD met with me to discuss this action, I was told that I would be demoted to a Secretary 3. To say that being demoted without cause makes me feel deflated, demoralized, and unvalued is an understatement. I rely on my position to take care of myself and my family, and in reality, I can see no justification for this action. I feel that this process was not handled properly. HRD is saying that I no longer perform any duties for transportation, but I supplied them with a list of my job duties that directly relate to transportation. Furthermore, I support 3 departments, but when I met with HRD, they did not ask one single question in regards to my job duties for maintenance or operations. So I emailed examples of my administrative assistant level job duties to HRD, but I received no response. I feel like I was not listened to, and when I asked for the rationale behind their decision, they could not give me an explanation. I really enjoy my job as an administrative assistant, and I am very happy to support the district in this capacity. And though I may not report directly to the Director of Transportation, the fact of the matter is that I perform administrative assistant level job duties on a daily basis for the maintenance, the operations, and the transportation departments. And I ask that all of my job duties be considered before making a decision on whether or not to eliminate my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Oh, Mr. Schwartz, your mic's lit. Oh, okay. I call for a motion in a second then, unless we have discussion.
I think we should have discussion. This is really a tough one to sort through. No one likes to see layoffs or changes or anything streamlined. I guess I would love to ask Mr. Arce, I know that a family reached out about the educational interpreter aid position, and of course we're not going to talk names and situations, but my concern is if their student has had this particular person work with them and it's been such a great thing, how can we communicate with these families about what the future looks like? How is this going to be rectified? Is it now? Is it next year? What does the timing look like, and how will you handle this particular situation?
Sure, Ms. Wiersma, that's a great question, and I want you to know me and the folks in my HR department and all the school and district leadership take these matters very seriously, especially when they impact students. I think the particular situation that you're talking about is a situation in which an educational interpreter aide will, one specific position with a specific student who's left the district now has return rights to one of our site positions. And that will cause that interpreter aide to go and be an instructional aide in a different position. No one's losing employment with the district, but that student will be serviced by a different person, and that's beginning 24-25. So what this resolution does is it allows us the time to then move forward with the March 15th notice, initiate the layoff meetings, go through the process of having that conversation with CSEA, with the employees that are impacted, and I'd be happy to work with site administration and with the employees and facilitate that conversation with the parent as to how we can make sure we're addressing the needs of the student.
What was the process to get to this point? I mean, I know you probably go through, you know, a list and look at all the things and talk to various people. Did that apply across the board with these? And then my second question is, I really appreciated, I think it was Mrs. Catalano that spoke about Alamos and the people that do extra help for those that are reading. If I'm remembering correctly, I remember looking at Alamos scores and even talking to the principal and seeing how well they're doing. And I think it's because they've got that extra help. They can pull kids out who are struggling with reading, and we have these experts. So in looking at that and hearing her appeal really touched me. So what do you say to that then with that particular situation?
Sure, I think in that particular situation, the comment was related to literacy specialists. That's not in this particular resolution. These are classified classifications for which we have to provide a notice by March 15th. So the resolution before you today allows us the time then to have these meetings with the employees. In some cases, it has to do with duties, and those duties no longer being performed by the employee. It has to do in some cases with a vacancy that for enrollment purposes or other data that was analyzed is no longer needed. So that's an elimination of a position. In this particular case with the educational interpreter, it has to do with the fact that one student that was being serviced by an interpreter left the district, causing them what's called in essence bumping rights to another position. But again, it does not mean that an employee loses employment with the district. It just means we have to follow this Ed Code and CBA language to make sure that that employee lands softly somewhere. But I'd be happy to follow up, explain what that process was, work with site administration, because I know that that's deeply impactful to students and parents, and so in this case, I'll be certain to do that.
So that student has continuity through this year.
Absolutely, for the
And
remainder
then-
of the school year.
Okay, and then as far as Alamos, that particular situation wasn't applicable. You're saying that wasn't,
Not in this particular case, but I'd be
Okay.
happy to follow up with the employee who made that comment, look
Okay.
into that particular situation.
I would appreciate
And then
that.
apprise the board of anything related to that. And again, I think that was as it pertains to concerns for literacy specialists.
right?
So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, no other comments? Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to item 7, revised board policy 5145.3, non-discrimination/harassment. Unless we have discussion, do I have a motion and a second on this?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. 8, new course CTE, regenerative viticulture and olives.
Great idea.
I know.
Move.
Yeah. Wait. I want to pump it up, man, before we
Okay,
move.
pump it up.
I took a wine class years ago in Santa Leo through Miracosta College. Still got my book. I remember my final exam when I had to do 5 red wines, 5 white wines. Anyways,
tough test.
the
That
whites were
stinks.
easy. The reds killed me. But it was so awesome to go into this class and realize the depth and complexity that going on with just vineyards in general. It's not just about wine tasting. There's a whole world.
Yep.
And if the public didn't know this, Dr. Woods knows how to make wine. Very, very, very good at it. So this is his wheelhouse to promote this with the district, and I'm just excited. If you want to say anything, Dr. Woods.
I better not.
Plus, we're in wine country, so I think this is an awesome CTE.
great idea.
Yeah, great idea.
I would like to say, though, yes, this is a great CTE type component, because kids in this community especially, if they gain some expertise in viticulture and the molecular science behind winemaking, which is very advanced, they can be employed right out of our schools.
Yep.
I just want to thank Tim Dignan for getting this going in our district. He's a great asset to us, runs all our CTE programs, and this
Yep.
is a great addition for our students and for our community.
Yeah.
Because it is a feature of Temecula, and the more people that get involved in the business, the more employment we have, the more tourists we have, and the more taxes they pay.
I couldn't agree more with Mr. Schwartz. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think it's an add-on to what's been going on at TV for about the last, how many years, Tim? Like 7 years. So when they built the greenhouse, the fish and the, yeah, yes, but it's like it was kind of the next step. Yes, because as my daughter finished by sustainability, they were just breaking ground on the hill. So it's really exciting to see that come full circle. And I love that we're using our facilities and our properties in a great way to teach kids skills for the future. So love it.
Dr. Woods, would you mind letting them know what high school we're using to, didn't you talk about land right next or right on the backside of Temecula Valley High School that's going to be used with a certain winery for this?
Yeah, Mr. Dignan can give the direct example, but it's a regenerative process that the winery will be helping us with.
Very cool. Oh, yeah, which one? Wilson Creek, okay.
So I'm not Mr. Dignan, but I will do my best to project Mr. Dignan, which probably means I need more than just my tippy toes. The course itself, and I'm going to give you a little bit more information, but I'll do it really fast. The course itself that's in front of you is actually the second course in a plant and soil pathway. We're currently teaching the first course, regenerative agriculture. This is the second course, which focuses specifically on grape growing, wine grape growing, and olive growing. And so it will be offered only at TVHS, Temecula Valley High School. And yes, they will utilize the land behind the stadium adjacent to Paba Road there that has been cleared out in order to begin bolstering the soil and then eventually growing the crops. And on the wine side, it will take it all the way through the crush, but not beyond that.
Thank you.
They've got a great social media site too. So if those of you out there are looking at Instagram, I would follow the group because I love how the students update us and give us that information so we can follow and support them as a community. It's a lot of fun to see them out on the hill and in the sunshine. It's great.
Awesome. Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, yes. Motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. And then action item number 9, new textbook olive production manual. Title, Olive Production Manual by Stephen Sibbett, University of California, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Unless we have discussion on this, do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene.
Can we get a copy? Yeah.
10, new textbook, wine grape varieties in California. I call for a motion and a second on this unless we have discussion.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Last action item, 11, committee representation. I've asked Lene if she can pull this up just so that we can all have it in front of us. And what was the standard last year that at least two per board member, or two or less? That can't be 3? Ah, got it. Okay.
On each committee, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, I meant as far as how many committees we can select.
I think we can be
Unlimited.
on as many as
Yeah.
how it works out, but just on each committee, there can't be more than 2 of us.
Yep. Okay.
If I could make a pitch just based on my personal schedule, the ones that I was looking at, and if somebody else wants them, we could talk about it. But the ones that would work best for me would be athletic advisory, CTE advisory, and I would like to stay on the city committee.
I would like to stay on the city committee. I wanted to add myself to the CTE because I haven't been on there, but I don't know if anybody else is on there.
I might battle you for that one.
Oh. Okay.
I would love to be on the CTE committee because we're in discussions right now with a possibility for a construction element, possibly for the district. We're bringing in people and talking electrical and things, so I would love to do that. Is there something else that you would choose, Joseph? If you feel strongly, I can.
No, if you're working with them already, with electrical, I completely understand because you're already in the groove.
Nothing's in place yet. It's just we'd like to explore it.
No, I'm fine. Lene, can we go a little farther down, please?
So I'd like to continue on DLAC on the Superintendent's Council. I was on the Athletic Advisory, but do we have an ASB committee? Yeah. I'd like to be on the ASB. So those three.
If I could add the Superintendent Council, I'd love to be a part of that. I've been doing the secondary curriculum and enjoyed it. And then also the district PTA. So I may need to decide, that's 4. I'm working too, so I may not be able to handle all of that. But I'm throwing that out as interest. I don't know how everybody feels, but I would say CTE, Superintendent's Council, and possibly the district PTA while dropping in from time to time on the secondary curriculum.
Oh, Lene, I'm sorry, I'm also on excess equity and inclusion. Thank you.
I'd like the Superintendent's Council. Do you mind if I join that with Steve?
No, you like it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll take the Superintendent's Council. I'll drop CAC, Community Advisory Committee, and then I'll stay on the city, join the Superintendent's Council, and I'm going to deliberate it on the Athletic Advisory Committee, which I think was pretty fun, but I wanted to look at the other ones.
Quick, I just need to clarify. So there's a superintendent student council and a superintendent's council. You want the student, okay, and you want the superintendent's council.
You can put me on the student one also, Lene, unless there's somebody else that wants that one.
We have pizza.
Oh, gosh.
Is
All
that,
right.
is that you?
I'll have to watch you eat it.
Have you done that one before? I would be super interested as well.
No, I'm just like, no, I haven't.
It's so hard. We all would love all of these.
I know, I'd love it too, but you
I'm
know
just
what? You
trying
asked
to
first.
look at the times of the meetings that
Yep.
coordinate, and the Zoom ones are great for me, and then the either really early or really late. But those are the
If
4
you
that
can
work
make
best
it,
for
that's
me.
fine. And, you know, we don't have to all be there if you want, so.
I was going to ask, can you alternate at
Whatever,
times?
whatever
or-
works for you, because I don't work, so whatever your schedule allows, I'll be happy to accommodate.
Okay.
Lenny, can you scroll down to that one for a second? Just, sorry, my computer died. Yeah. Yeah, that just has one meeting left this school year.
We have any that aren't covered, Lene?
Yeah.
Could you? Yeah.
That aren't covered.
Where you need people?
Facilities.
Yes, we don't have employee recognition committee, anyone for that? And that's the only one.
You can put me on that one.
And CAP meetings, but those are at sites, so you can go based off your trustee area and reach out to a site.
And then the facilities committee, is that not meeting right now, or it's just the meetings haven't been determined?
Historically, when we have facility meetings, we don't have one committee that does all things facilities. Like, I remember there was a specific facilities committee for the Chaparral High School modernization, and that was different representation than when we were talking about Rancho Elementary modernization.
Yeah. This one just listed master facilities committee?
Which, when we were going through the
But that's
master
not
facility
really-
plan, which
Okay.
we just did.
Yes.
So.
It's not really operating.
Yeah, it's not really
Okay,
operating.
got it. Perfect.
Okay, just so I have this correct, I'll just read through what I have, just to make sure. So for activities, I have Steve Schwartz. For athletic advisory, I have Allison. For the CAC, I have Joseph. For the CTE, I have Allison and Jen. For EAI, I have Steve. For DLAC, I have Steve. For district PTA, I have Jen. For employee recognition, I have Steve. For secondary curriculum council, I have Jen. For Superintendent Student Council, I have Steve, Allison, and Jen that will alternate. For Superintendent's Council, I have Joseph. And for the City Council, I have Joseph and Allison.
On CAC, I'm dropping that one.
Okay, so we still need someone for CAC.
And I'd like to join in on the alternating on the Superintendent Student Council. Since we got 3 of us, why not have 4 and alternate?
Okay.
3 to 4, 4, 7. So there's only one time that they meet?
I think that's just through this school year. So maybe 2 of us can go to that meeting, and then when the next one comes up, the other
Wait,
2
is
can
that,
go.
sorry, is it on a Wednesday?
4, 7.
It is on a Wednesday, and it's typically 3 times per year.
Okay, I can't do that one because I teach on Monday and Wednesdays. Oh, and I'm in LA County. Okay, so I won't add to that. And what did we just say on master facilities, Ms. Lash, on when we meet?
If we form committees for specific projects, we'll bring that back to the board, but for now, the master
the
committee
five-year
is
plan.
not meeting.
Oh, got it, okay. Can you scroll up one more time, Lene, so I can see DLAC, CT advisory? And you have me on athletic advisory, the city, the superintendent. So you have me on those 3?
You said athletic?
Athletic advisory committee,
Yes.
because I'm already on that one.
I have you on athletic, city, and superintendent's council.
Okay, I'll stay with those.
Lenny, if there's no one on CAC, you can go ahead and put me on that one.
Okay, you got it. Okay.
Okay, all that being said, do I have a motion and a second for this committee representation?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Did I get that right? 2 people, okay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to information reports. The first one up, A through G, completion plan update. And Dr. Woods, do we have anybody presenting on this? Joe Bellawag, welcome up.
Joe's coming up.
Good evening again. It is a pleasure to be here tonight to give an update to the governing board on the continuing work our district does on A through G completion. We, there it is. Thank you. Got to get my clicker skill. That's okay. I can figure this out. There we go. Before we jump into the presentation itself, I want to make sure that we're clear on when we speak about A through G completion, really what we're speaking about is college readiness. And so when you hear me in this presentation refer to A through G completion, it's synonymous with students who are considered to be A through G completers are considered in the state of California to be college ready. And so they're synonymous. And specifically, the UCs and the CSUs have created a system for how we identify whether or not a student is college ready. And that system is often known as the A through G system because we have 7 areas of study. And each of those areas of study, as you see up on the slide, are attributed a letter. And so, for example, history, social sciences is attributed A, and general college preparatory electives are attributed a G, and you could read what falls in between those, which is where we get the A through G from. A student that is considered to be college ready or an A through G completer has completed a certain number of courses in all of the 7 letters, excuse me, that you see up on the wall. I don't know why my voice is going away, but it's going away. Okay, so now we'll jump into the specifics of the work our district has been doing since 2022 around A through G completion. In 2022, the state of California created, thank you, sir, created a funding source that they organized into 3 different grants. There was an A through G Success Grant, an A through G Learning Loss Mitigation Grant, and an A through G Access Grant. Our district qualified for 2 of those 3, and as districts, you could only qualify for 2 of 3. You could not qualify for all 3. The A through G Success Grant went to districts that currently, at that time, had a through G completer rate at 67% or above. We, at that time, did. We were considered to be a successful district when it came to A through G completion, and so we received a success grant funding source. We also received, as did all districts, an A through G learning loss mitigation funding source, and that went to, or is used for, students who failed a course during distance learning. The money was set aside for districts to be able to help those students recover those failed courses during distance learning and to recover them as A through G or college-ready credit. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about a timeline. In 2022, the funds became available, and we developed a plan in TVUSD, and the governing board at that time approved the plan. And we began using the funds in the fall of 2022. We are currently in the 23-24 school year, so we're in the middle year of a 3-year funding plan. The funding plan will sunset in 2025, so the end of next school year. And by the end of 2026, or in spring of 2026, it is our responsibility as a district to submit to CDE a final outcome report of how those funds actually impacted our college readiness metrics in our district. So tonight is really just about giving the board an update of how we're doing in regard to spending those funds and the impact that they've had. Before we start in any of this, I think it's really important to point out the core beliefs that our district has as it pertains to college readiness. You can see those on the slide itself. And obviously, we are committed to the work that this grant funds, and we've been committed to the work prior to receiving this funding, and we will be committed to this work post receiving the funding because it is core to our district and what we believe in. The goal of this plan is to create is to strengthen systems and strategically be able to continue to sustain the excellence that our district has seen in creating college-ready students, as was validated by the fact that we received the Success Grant, which the top districts in this did receive. And so our goal was to continue to sustain being a top-level district when it comes to creating college-ready students. What you see on this slide is a table that will spell out what is in our plan, the years as designated by the X's in the middle columns that that action and service is actionable, and you see that most of our actions and services are actionable all 3 years of the plan. Some of them came in on year 2 or this year, and some of them will sunset prior to year 3. You can see the funded amount that we put there, and our district had over $2 million allocated to us for this work, and you can see where we put that. You can read where we've put that money. Most of what's there was a continuation and or a strengthening of things that our district was already doing. But I do want to point out that one of the big expenditures was a focus on mathematics. We did find that one of the things that was creating non-completion and or non-college ready students was an inability to matriculate all the way through the math pathways. And so we have in this plan bolstered mathematics teaching, grade 6 through Algebra 1, by creating situations where we are in our special education concepts classes of mathematics, we're teaming up an ed specialist with a math credentialed teacher to teach together, co-teach math classes in Math 6, all the way through Algebra 1. And so you'll see that part of our funding is used there. We do still give the PSAT, even though the colleges have moved away from the ACT and the SAT. One of the key things with the PSAT for us is it keeps our students in 9th and 10th grade taking high-stakes tests because we only take the state test in 11th grade in high school. This allows our students to still be in a standardized testing environment. Additionally, we get reports off of these assessments that let our counselors know and us as school staff know where our students have a proclivity to be able to be successful in a course of rigor, and it allows us to move students who wouldn't have known that they could have been highly successful in an AP biology class, that based on these results from these tests, we can begin to counsel them into areas of strength, and then also create tutorials programs of areas of weakness and or challenge that they have in order to allow them to become A through G completers or college ready. So those are just a couple of the areas that I wanted to point out in our plan. It's our responsibility, obviously, to monitor the plan's effectiveness. We're in the middle of year 2, so about halfway through the 3-year plan. The way we're monitoring is we're looking at overall A through G completion rate data. We're looking at the percent of students enrolled in a course of rigor, and we're choosing to use AP data because it's more readily available as our course of rigor that we're looking at to monitor. We're looking at percent of students enrolled in AVID courses, and we're looking at our college and career indicator, which now is back on the California State dashboard. It did disappear for a few years. So I'm just going to present a couple of data points fast tonight. One is our AVID program enrollment, since that's one of our metrics. You can see here that our baseline year was 2021. We had 12.4% of our students in the district, our high school students, in an AVID course or in an AVID program. You can see moving through the 23-24 year, which is this school year, you can see that 12.8% of our students are there. So we've maintained, which again, remember, the majority of the funds we received were success grant funds, and the purpose of that was to maintain or sustain the success that we've been having. And so you can see that we've maintained our numbers in AVID. Looking at our AP course enrollment, our baseline year, we had 40.2% of our students take at least one AP course. As we move into this school year, 23-24, we're at 43% of our students that are taking at least one AP course. You can see a slight growth in that area. Looking at overall A through G completion, the two highlighted squares in the middle of this graph, the left side is TVUSD, the right side is the state of California. And so the highlighted kind of neon squares is graduation rate, which is not one of our metrics, but I think it's important to point out that in our school district, we have a 93.9% graduated rate, which is rounded up to 94%, very high. The state of California is 86.4%, so that you can see that we are above the rate at the state of California. Out of the students that have successfully graduated from our district, you can now look at our A through G completion rate. Our baseline year, we were at 69%. Remember that to be considered successful by the state of California, you're at 67% or above. We are currently, and when I say currently, we have to look at last year because that's the last metric that we have for this. We were at 68%, which obviously is 1% lower. But we have seen a bounce back from the year prior. And we are still above the 67%. We have set a goal for ourselves for this particular school year, and we'll have those metrics later on in the spring, that we will be at 70% this year. And our goal, again, is to keep ourselves right at that 70% range. If you look in comparison to the state of California and A through G completion, you can see that we are well above the graduation rate, and then particularly well above where the state of California is in A through G or college readiness as well. The final data point that we'll present tonight is college and career indicator. Well, the difference between college and career indicator and the A through G completion rate is simply what it says. The college and career indicator includes career readiness in with the college readiness. You'll see that in the upper left-hand corner, we have 62.2% of our students in the class of 2023, so last year's graduating class, that the state of California considers to be prepared for college or career. 17.4 are approaching prepared, and 20% are considered not prepared. And you can take that back into the class of 2019, 2018, 2017. We have some missing classes there because the state of California for the class of 2020 through the class of 2022 was not reporting college and career indicator on the dashboard. That's why there's that gap there. But it does give you a historical look. I think it's really important to point out, you can read from the screen what is considered in determining whether a student is prepared for college and career prepared. What this considers in contrast to what A through G does not consider is student scores on the CASP exam. And that's one indicator for why we're a little lower here than we are in the A through G report, because the A through G report does not consider the CASP exam, whereas this one does. Again, I did give you in neon a comparison between TVUSD, where we're 62.2% compared, and the state of California, where we're 43.9% prepared, excuse me. Last thing I wanted to mention is that we did have some requirements to the CDE. In December of this school year, we did have to give them a mid-plan report, which we did, and we did that successfully. And then we'll give them our final report, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, in August of 2026 to report our final outcomes. And I will come back to the board next school year and give you an update in a year's time about how we are doing, so you get an update on the data before we send it off to CDE. Any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering how we disaggregate the data for special ed and EL learners.
Yeah, so we do that disaggregation because we had 10 minutes in this presentation. That data is prepared and it can be given and shown, but it really convolutes the slides. And so, because it breaks it down, we do disaggregate it not only for special education, but for all of our demographics, for all of them. And so we have all that data that we can send to you in a board report if you want it.
I just want to say thank you so much for all that data. I love seeing, especially those, the testing and the scholarships available to kids, and I love hearing about how we do those, I think you said the PSATs, to find kids who might really excel in an AP course that maybe have never considered that before. Yeah. So I think that's fantastic, because whether or not kids do choose to go to college, by completing all of these requirements, it just gives them the option, gives kids more opportunity so they can decide to do it or not do it. But by being ready for that, I think we're giving them the most opportunities possible. So I really love that. So thank you for your presentation. It's really informative.
Thank you.
Thank you. My
Thank
voice
you.
is on the way out like yours, so I gotta save it for a little bit, but thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Ballawag, I would just like to say thank you over here.
Hello.
Over here. Thank you for your presentation, and truly thank you for your work with our secondary programs. And you actually, I think, hit 10 minutes, so congratulations, and thank you, Joe. Fantastic.
Well done.
For those that don't know me well, I tend to go over time, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Next up, we have number 2, alternative education update. And do we have a presenter, Dr.
Tim
Woods?
Dignan.
Tim
He's
Dignan.
coming.
Tim Dignan, welcome.
Mr. Ballawag, that was 14 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, he has a reputation, but he also, I would tell you, and I've known Mr. Ballawag a long time, and there's 2 people you don't want to follow. One is Ms. Deas, and the other is Mr. Ballawag. He may be the smartest human being I know when it comes to education. So I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about alternative education today and tell you about the programs that we have. Mr. Ballawag, did you turn this off? I see what you did to me. So alternative education, we have 4 alternative education schools in our school district. I'm going to talk about each one of them with you here in a moment and talk to you about what they are and what their programs are. So the first one is our Home Instead Innovation Academy, HIIA. It is a TK through 8 program under the leadership of Principal Sandy McKay. She does an amazing job with this, has great passion and great heart for this. It is independent study, and it serves the needs of students who don't want to sit in a regular classroom on a regular schedule. And so it might be, and they really have 2 different learning options. They have an asynchronous option where the student checks in daily with the teacher for roughly 15 to 30 minutes, giving a little bit of direction and just checking in to make sure the student's doing okay. And then from there, it's really a homeschool environment. They are given through different learning platforms what their assignments are, and they work with the parents to get that done. They also have, which is very unique, I believe I haven't found another program like this. It is a synchronous instruction where the teacher meets with the student for multiple hours each day and delivers that instruction virtually. So there is a teacher online with the student giving that. So if you want a homeschool type environment for your student, but you don't feel comfortable in going through all the different curriculum, this is perfect for you. So we have, you can see the numbers up there. We have roughly 300 students in the TK through 8 program, and that's held pretty steady from last year. So some of the things that make them special. Mrs. McKay and her staff hold family engagement events. So these are in the evenings, tends to be around different holidays, but it's great opportunities for families and students to come together so they still get that opportunity to socialize, get to know each other, and build some community support. They do Hornets in the Park once a month, and they rotate different parks in our community. And they adopt the theme of the park. So if it's a park that has a theme about pirates, then they dress up like pirates. I imagine if we had one about, you know, rockets and astronomy, they could possibly dress up as, like, I don't know, astronauts. And maybe we could have a guest speaker come and spend time with them. They also do optional learning centers, and these are 8-week sessions. Students come for 1 day a week. They don't have to, this is optional, and they tend to be in the STEM, PE, or VAPA areas. And the teachers bring the students in and give them some great hands-on opportunities. Again, a great opportunity for students to socialize. So again, makes it very unique, and it's not like your traditional homeschool independent study program, because there really is an emphasis on getting the students together and giving that social aspect. So switching gears to the older students. So Joan F. Sparkman is our Alternative Education Center under the direction of Principal David Schlotman. There are 3 high schools there, and we're going to talk about that here. So this is very confusing. I had the privilege of being the principal there for 3 years, and the amount of people who didn't understand it was overwhelming. So Sparkman Alternative Education, it is 1 campus, and it is 3 different schools. So we're going to go through each of these schools and their programs now. So the first one I want to talk to you about is Rancho Vista High School. That is our continuation high school. It serves grades 11 through 12. We currently have 263 students. That number of students fluctuates greatly. As you can imagine, as the year goes on, the number goes up. These students are there because they are credit deficient. They are not on track to graduate from a traditional high school. And most often, they are also chronically absent. That has been an issue for them. I will tell you, let me talk about common characteristics. One of their common characteristics, they are not unintelligent. I know that's a double negative. But there are some of the most intelligent students I've ever been around are at our continuation high school. They are survivors of whatever that is. So the 3 things that I think they all have in common that I have found. 1, they have a history of academic failure. Well, if you didn't have a history of academic failure, you wouldn't be at a continuation school. So that makes sense. They also tend to have a history of trauma in their lives. And many times it's that trauma that has caused that academic failure. And the last thing is they tend to have a lack of a long-term plan. When I ask a student, and I would ask them routinely, after I hand you a diploma in June, what are you going to do the next day? They just didn't have an idea. They live day to day. And so that long-term plan was very much a challenge for them. So the staff and the leadership there has really put a focus on that. They have a variety of different things going on. They do have a CTE program we'll talk about here briefly. They have a STEM lab for career exploration, which is really a great opportunity for students. And they do career days. So they have a very vibrant ASB program under the Mrs. Amber Cunningham is their ASB director. She does an amazing job with them and gets students really involved. Like I said, they have the STEM Career Exploration Lab, which has a heavy emphasis on building and construction as well as health sciences. So students get to kind of get their hands wet for a few weeks at a time and determine, is this an area they want to pursue? Every one of their labs that they have in the Career Exploration Lab is tied into a program at MSJC. So if it's something that they like and they want to pursue it, there is an opportunity to move on with our local community college. They also offer a CTE program in product innovation and design, manufacturing, and students do an amazing job there. They can actually complete a 2-year pathway in a single year because they do a block schedule with them. And then one of the things they brought recently is career days. So they come and the entire day is spent on careers. And they bring in career speakers to come and talk in the different classrooms. And so it's been an exciting evolution to see what's going on there. Some of the things that are brand new this year, probably the two biggest, one is we have a quarter system now. So instead of taking 6 classes like you would in a traditional high school setting, they're taking 4 classes at a time. And in 1 quarter, in 9 weeks, they do a semester's worth of work. So they're on block schedules. They're taking 70-minute classes. At the end of a semester, they will have completed 8 classes. At the end of a year, they will have completed 16 classes as opposed to completing 12. Because of that, it is allowing them to graduate early. In fact, we have had 10 students already this year graduate from Rancho Vista High School. And so they've been able to move on to the next steps in their lives. And so I think that early graduation system gives them an incentive to improve their attendance, along with the focus on careers and what the next step is. Very proud of what they've accomplished there. Moving on to Susan Nelson High School. So Susan Nelson High School has 4 unique programs in it, and I'll talk about each of those. Susan Nelson is an independent study school. The first one is Advantage. It is their virtual independent study program. Primarily, the students there are taking APEX courses. All the classes they take are A through G. Currently, they have about 45 full-time students. These students, wide range. Oftentimes, they are thespians. They are gymnasts. They are equestrian. They are students who just can't, because of their extracurricular activities, cannot be on a campus setting 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. They tend to be very high-achieving students that do an amazing job. So that program has been in existence now for about 10 or 12 years, and it's done a great job of servicing those students in a true A through G. They go on to great 4-year universities, and very proud of them. They also have a CTE business management pathway, which is unique. It is independent study, and because of that, we have 30 students at our other 3 comprehensive high schools who are concurrently enrolled in that program. So even though they don't have business management at their school, they can take this 2-year pathway through Susan H. Nelson. They also have traditional independent study. And independent study goes back 30 plus years in our district. Those students are either taking classes virtually through a software program, probably Edgenuity, or they're doing packet classes. The classes can be either A through G, or in many cases, they're diploma courses only. We've seen a huge increase in independent study in the last 10 years, and certainly post-pandemic. An increase in the enrollment of students who have been struggling with mental health. We see a lot of students with issues with anxiety, depression, and where it's just not for them to sit in a class of 38 students on a campus of 3,000. It's overwhelming. So this is an opportunity for them to work one-on-one with teachers in an independent study setting. So right now we have about 192 students in that program. We also have our temporary disability academic program, TDAP. And this is for students, and I have to shout out Mrs. Washko. Deb Washko is the teacher there. She's been doing this for a while. She has touched and changed so many lives on working with students. It is a variation of home hospital. So a student who's unable to attend full-time for typically it's medical reasons, it may be mental health reasons, but they need an individual course plan. So they'll meet with Mrs. Washko. They may take 1 or 2 classes at a time. They may be able to continue with 6 classes. Her goal is to transition them back to their high school once their health conditions have improved. Currently, they have about 20 students, but you can imagine that class has constant turnover. And again, because of the efforts of Ms. Washko and the wonderful stuff she's done. And then the last program there is the SEAL program for social, emotional, academic learning. And these are students with an emotional disability, where it's just sitting in a traditional high school setting is just too hard for them. And so it does have on-site a behavioral health therapist who works with those students on a daily basis. And at this point, we currently have 20 students in that program. And lastly, I'll move over to our 3rd high school on the Sparkman campus, and it's actually our adult school. And we have a very small adult school. We are part of a consortium in our area of about 10 other entities. We have a single teacher there, Mrs. Susan Ingalls. She's wonderful, has been there for many years. She is a guru in the world of adult education. When you talk to any of the other folks in our other districts, they all know Susan because she's so well respected. You have to be 18 years or older to be in the program, and they focus on really two things. It's either getting your high school diploma or your equivalency, and we can help them with the GRE if that's the direction they want to go. But we also can tap them into some career technical education opportunities. There's a culinary program here in Temecula that students can get involved in. There's welding at Hemet and Lake Elsinore. There's building and construction through MSJC. Those are all part of our consortium. There's other things in the Banning, Beaumont area, San Jacinto area. They just are too far from us distance-wise. So, and then one of the things we've been working on a lot in the last year is starting to look at apprenticeship referrals. So we're really trying to connect some apprenticeship programs. So once you get your diploma, we can help move you on to that next step. Questions?
Did you all have a combined graduation ceremony?
Yes.
Last year, I
did.
attended that, and it was such an honor. I really loved talking to the students and just hearing their appreciation for having a board member there and just kind of listening to what they've uniquely gleaned. So thank you for all your work there. I actually have spoken with Mrs. Washko, and she is golden. What she's done, it was just awesome. So thank you for recognizing her, because I know she's poured her heart and soul onto that campus. I'm super excited. I know we have a meeting set up to talk about CTE and looking at the adult program here and the apprenticeships. How do you see that growing? Is it something that they step into themselves first, or do you help navigate that? Because I'm talking with someone in Riverside, which I'll share in our upcoming meeting, who's so anxious to see districts do exactly that and give these students additional career paths for much less money, and they're ready to, that there's grant money, there's so many things there. It's excited me. So how have you seen that evolve? And I saw that you have a construction plan right now with MSJC, is that right? Like
Yeah.
You're just exploring it.
Between MSJC and the city of Temecula and the consortium, there is a building and construction program on the old Temecula City facility, and I can't remember the name of it, and they have meetings down there. It's on the other side of the freeway. And they have classes there. And it's really a pre-apprenticeship program, because it's giving students the idea and the hands-on experience to determine, is this what I want to do? We've had conversations with different building and construction apprenticeship programs and the such. But so our job really with the adult school is more of a pre-apprenticeship. We're trying to get them interested and help get them connected to those existing programs that are registered apprenticeship programs in the state.
Great. I've got some good information coming. So thank you for all your work. I appreciate this presentation.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Josh. Clap. Give him some applause.
Any other questions?
No, I just want to say I had the pleasure of visiting when you were running it, and I stayed just talking to the students there, and you get such a different perspective of some of the things that they're going through, and they're so happy to be in a place where they're not stressed out and their needs are being met and weren't being met in regular schools, not to any fault of the teachers, but to whatever kind of home condition or mental condition or physical problems they had. And it was such a welcoming place. And I was really impressed by the staff and the kids there. It was really a great place to visit.
Thank you. Yeah, I think both Susan Nelson, Rancho Vista staffs are amazing at their ability to demonstrate empathy and support of students.
I think what it points out too is there's a place for everyone at TVUSD. That's something that I've really sensed. And when I've gone to Student of the Month programs and I've heard their story, and it might be a little different, seriously,
Yeah,
like the tears, it's just
They always
awesome.
win the story at the student.
They do.
They just do.
Yeah, and I wanted to say Mr. Schlottman is a gem every time I visit that place. That he is awesome. And I know the students love him, but he has a special personality that they gravitate towards down there. And they need that, somebody special too. Like you were alluding, you know, when they graduate, their end goal, what are you going to do next? You know, some of them, I don't know, and he helps cultivate that. No, we want you to know, and, you know, working that with them, and I see that when I visit him, and thank you for your presentation as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to echo what's been said, and I would agree that I think what you share, I hope that everyone sees this and knows that there are so many options for students within this district. I think I learn something new every time. I knew about some of those, but some of those I was a little surprised at, so it's great to learn more through these presentations, and I'm sure that the community probably also isn't aware of everything that's available, so that any child, you know, can receive what they need within this district, and it's because there are, as you've mentioned, such caring people that really will look at each child individually, not just, you know, 27,000, but one by one. So thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Mr. Dignan, I'd just like to thank you and Mr. Schlottman. I hope he's not watching. I hope he's actually relaxing with his family and not watching. But you two have really gone above and beyond the last year to really think outside the box to serve all students and come up with some really creative solutions to be able to serve all kids. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do.
Good. Next, we have TCI Elementary History Social Science Curriculum Implementation Update, and Dr. Woods, who's presenting on this?
Emily
Oh,
Parra
Emily Parra,
is
right
here,
up there.
and Nicole, do you want to introduce it?
Two on the.
We have 2 public comments.
Oh, we do. All righty.
So first up is Jen Bach, followed by Upneat.
So Jen left.
Oh, Jen left?
So I recently visited the Rancho California post office and noticed a plaque on the pillar stating that the building is named in the honor of Dalip Singh Sond, as per the Act of Congress Public Law. I found it fascinating to see the name from the Punjab region in India, where I grew up, on a post office in Temecula. When I returned home, I decided to learn more about it. Were you aware that he was one of the first Asian American to be elected to Congress in 1956, representing the district, which encompassed Riverside County and Imperial County at the time? It is a fascinating story of determination and resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. Unfortunately, according to the last information report provided in August, the story is not currently available to 4th graders to read. This is due to the exclusion of hundreds of biographies as a result of your personal objections to one of them in the curriculum. Ms. Wiersma and Dr. Komrosky has disappeared. This brought a lot of unnecessary negative attention to our city. I hope in today's report we will hear that the access has been granted for the students and they will not be deprived of the opportunity to learn about these inspiring individuals such as Judge Sond, who defied all odds with their hard work and tenacity to achieve the American dream. And Dr. Komrosky is out before. It's a fascinating read for anybody. Before reintroducing any values, I think the American values of justice and fair play have always been in place, and I don't see any reason why we need to change or introduce hatred or divisiveness in the community. Thank you.
Is there any other public comments?
No.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Parra, our Director of Elementary Education, is going to give an informational report on TCI and the subcommittee work that has been done with Ms. Barclay and Ms. Wiersma, as well as the work done with 4th grade. This was a commitment we made last fall to be able to bring this work back as an informational report for the board.
All right, thank you for having me tonight. I am here to provide an update and informational report regarding 2 subcommittees we've actually had working concurrently for elementary history social science. Our first subcommittee met last June, and we were joined by Mrs. Barclay and Mrs. Wiersma, as well as several teachers who engaged in the pilot process with us. The second committee was created following our approval of the TCI curriculum to understand the board direction and make a recommendation. So I'd like to present briefly on what both committees have been working on. All right. Okay, so a brief timeline of our work together. In July, the school board did approve of our TCI curriculum, and they did provide additional guidance for us regarding fourth grade in particular. We were able to schedule our TCI trainings for our teachers starting in September. That was the earliest time that we were able to meet based on the arrival of the materials. Right after our training for fourth grade TCI, we did meet as a first subcommittee, which included 10 fourth grade teachers, our instructional coach for history, social science, Mr. Chris Dixon, and myself. At that time, we looked at developing a curriculum map that was part of the board direction. We were asked to make sure that the Unit 8, Lesson 12 was placed at the end of our scope and sequence. We were able to do that because fourth grade the history is told chronologically, and that unit did fall at the end of our school year. So we did create a curriculum map that really chunked our year into 3 different sections based on the essential standards listed for fourth grade through the updated California framework. Right after our training with TCI, our fourth grade subcommittee met to review the board direction and also determine our next steps with Lesson 12. That team then reconvened on October 19th, and during that time, we developed a unit planet organizer for Unit 8, Lesson 12. In elementary, we don't traditionally have UPOs for history, social science, or science. We do have them for English language arts and math to really make sure that our teaching is consistent across the district. Our teachers come together and develop those. Those UPOs are really designed by teachers for teachers to make sure we're providing a guaranteed and viable curriculum for our district. We don't intend to create unit planet organizers for history, social science, but we wanted to make sure that we did create one specifically for this unit based on the direction that we received from the board. We were able to finalize a UPO at that date. In December, we did reconvene with Mrs. Wiersma and Mrs. Barclay to share the updated work of the teacher subcommittee. During that meeting, we were able to share the curriculum map that was developed as well as the UPO, and we did discuss the work that went into it, the discussion that we had surrounding the board direction, and then during that time we decided on some next steps that I will be presenting, which we hope to then share this UPO and curriculum that were created with a parent committee, and then eventually with all of our fourth grade teachers once we receive approval of that. The unit planet organizer, California in fourth grade really looks at California in a changing state. As I shared, there are 3 essential questions that we look at within the framework for California history. And this one really focuses on that third one. How did the region become a state, and how did the state grow? So our UPOs do include things such as the topic, the essential questions, supporting questions, priority and supporting standards, the TCI content and curriculum, as well as the framework implementation. And then we do include a section for biographies and references. For Unit 8, it's the California in the post-war era, immigration, technology, and cities. And the essential question for this unit in particular is how did the region become a state, and how did the state grow? So based on the board direction, we did go back and look at those standards. As you recall, our history, social science is really built upon the 1998 standards that we have, the 2012 Fair Education Act that was approved by the state, and also our 2016 framework. So we looked at those 3 documents to make sure we were in alignment with each of those, following all state and federal guidelines. And then the priority standard that was identified that aligns with this unit is 4.4, and the supporting standard, which is really narrowed down focus for us, was at 4.4.9. So when we did look at the TCI curriculum, we noticed that it was more in line with the framework, and it didn't include all of the figures that were originally part of the 1998 standards. So we decided as a team that we would enhance this unit by including all those figures in bold there for you, the Louis B. Mayer, Walt Disney, John Steinbeck, Ansel Adams, Dorothy Lang, and John Wayne, in addition to several members who were also mentioned in the framework. We felt that by including those people as figures to study within this unit, we were meeting the Fair Education Act, the standards, and the framework as outlined. When we met in December with Mrs. Barclay and Mrs. Wiersma, we did discuss some next steps that we could take based on both subcommittees' work. we did want to provide an update to our community, which we are doing for you tonight. And then we would also like to form a Parent Curriculum Advisory Committee. We actually spoke about this as part of our work with Dr. Komrosky and Danny Gonzalez in a separate subcommittee we had. We decided on the parameters of who would be included in this Parental Curriculum Advisory Committee. However, in the elementary this year, we're not piloting any curriculum. So we thought this might be a nice opportunity to bring in some parent groups and have some parent voice in our decisions so that they too could review this UPO and the curriculum map that the teachers created. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say thank you for also mentioning the subcommittee that Mr. Gonzalez and myself worked on with you, and projecting that out, like, not ready yet, because we have nothing to map it onto until we start piloting more curriculum. But
right. We thought maybe we could try it out with the subcommittee work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parra. Thank you. We appreciate your work. Just one additional comment here I'd like to share. And I had the chance to talk to Dr. Velez a little bit about this the other day. As many of you may or may not know, AB 1078 passed, and it did change a couple of factors of what we need to do within education. And very interestingly, I learned that it presents new requirements for including religious figures who have positively contributed to the state of California, and preferably someone who's a bit more modern. And it's interesting because when you listen to comments about religion and faith, the law actually dictates that we do have it. So it's not that we don't include it, it's that we do it in an inclusive way, right? It's not one faith or one religion or one idea. But AB 1078 changed the law when it comes to curriculum. And so in looking at this, thank you for all your work. I know it's been a long process, and I appreciate the community voicing their concern and where we've landed. I feel like it's a great place. My suggestion is, with however this committee is formed, looking at a person that could possibly be spoken to regarding this particular matter. And I looked through the biographies, and there are so many that are wonderful, and I know we're gonna get to that. My perspective was never that we should shut that whole thing down. That was never my thought. But one person that they highlighted was Ronald Reagan. And I just wanted to share, and I hope that the rest of you will listen and think about this. The work of Ronald Reagan, he actually collaborated with Pope John Paul across the world to bring down communism. And what's so cool about this is he believed it was God's divine plan for men to be free. So you don't have to get into the weeds about philosophy of religion or faith, but that drove him. Even in his inaugural address, that's what he talked about. It was his faith and that trajectory that led him to create a legacy in this state and also in the world. And so what I want to share with everyone is I love the work that we've done. I would hope we could further say, all right, with AB 1078, let's take that contribution of a religious figure, and maybe there would be several like Cesar Chavez as well, and include it because it emphasizes humanity. It's that well-rounded perspective, and I think it kind of deflects the idea that we don't talk about religion in school. No, that's part of education as well. We just don't let any one thing dominate. So that's what I wanted to share in that, just thoughts for the future. And I know we're going to continue to talk, but again, you have been a trooper with all of the ins and outs, so let me just personally thank you for going through this struggle and making things more beautiful, because that's what community is about. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a comment and a question for Dr. Woods. I know we're still being investigated by the state concerning TCI and how we handled it. I don't believe we're in compliance with the Williams Act. When we approve TCI, we approve the entire curriculum, not parts of it. We aren't allowed to pick and choose which parts we want. So my question, Dr. Woods, is, based on the Williams requirement and the textbook sufficiency report already submitted, what's your recommendation about keeping the biographies in TCI, 1st to 7th grade, closed to students?
It's a great question. I would like to know if there's energy from the board here tonight, even though this isn't an action item, if we can open up the biographies, I believe by closing the URLs here on the campus, it's impacting kindergarten through 7th grade, I believe. And if there's positive energy for us to open the bios, that would certainly be a step in the right direction.
Yes, thank you, Steve and Dr. Woods. And just sitting through our subcommittee meetings where we kind of discussed that, I would agree. I think that there were some unintended consequences of closing those biographies, and everyone had high hopes that we could, make it work. But I think no stone has been left unturned in trying to figure that out. And where we stand now is that kids can't, K through 7, not just elementary, can't access any biographies whatsoever in the classroom. So I think that like Steve mentioned, that is probably not in compliance with the fact that we accepted this curriculum, yet we didn't accept the whole curriculum. And it's really tying the hands of teachers who are just trying to do their job and teach the curriculum. So I would agree with you, Dr. Woods. I think it would be nice to go ahead and open those biographies because it's only at school that they can't access them anyway.
So I went back and listened to that meeting because it was 6 months ago just to get clarification. And I know, again, and I don't speak for anyone other than myself, it was never my intention to see all those biographies blocked. I mean, John Adams, Clara Barton, Todd Beamer, Daniel Boom, John Calvin, who is a religious figure, right, with the Reformation, Amelia Earhart. These aren't ever people that I wanted to block in any way. I think that it became a little nebulous as to what was and what wasn't going to happen. So that's why this clarification process has been good, because I do think students need access. And I think at the same time, the principal needs to be upheld with how the board spoke, what we felt was suitable per the age. That needs to be carried out and honored, and yet we're going to check all the boxes as needed with diversity. We're committed to that, and for me, I want them to be able to read those bios and learn about a lot of the great people that I took the time to read about last night, up to 2 in the morning. I was looking through, so.
I agree with everything these 3 other board members said, so you have full consensus, and thank you, Emily, once again, and thank you, Mrs. Werseman and Mrs. Barclay, for your work in subcommittee with the district.
Very good. I think we're moving in that direction, and appreciate your comments and your willingness to work through this difficult item in a sequential manner involving our professional educators and respecting what they would like to do also.
Okay, thank you. And we're on to information reports, item 4, BP 3514, environmental safety radio frequency survey reports. I'll be pretty quick on this. This just closes the loop. Oh, excuse me. Oh, we have 4 comments. All right. 2 minutes each.
First up is James Richardson, followed by Jennifer left. Oh, you did? Oh, hi, Jen. And then followed by Jennifer.
I'm a technical fellow for Raytheon, where I verify RF safety requirements for the U.S. Space Force. The company that conducted your RF surveys is primarily an indoor air quality testing and remediation company. But they also do RF surveys and RF reduction projects, which may be a conflict to both conduct RF testing and sell solutions based on test results. The 2 men who signed the report are not engineers, they're mold and water damage technicians. Moved to the top of their credentials for these reports is IEEE Radio Frequency Safety Officer, which requires just 30 hours of training, available online for as little as $500. The reports note total measurement accuracy is plus minus 3 decibels. This number jumps out because 3 dB represents a doubling of power. Plus minus 3 dB means each reading might be half or twice the true power level. For a survey over time, the plus minus errors cancel for the reported average values, but we must assume every maximum value reported is plus 3 dB, double the true maximum power. And you can ignore the total column in the maximum peak values table, which sum the frequency-specific values in the table. Power levels will never peak across all frequencies in unison. That's not how RF works. So the data, TMS maximum power is less than 3% of the IEEE Safe Exposure Reference Level, ERL, leaving 97% safety margin. TMS average power is less than 1% ERL, leaving 99% safety margin. CHS average power is 4% ERL, leaving 96% safety margin. And the largest CHS maximum power, accounting for 3 dB error, is 26% ERL, leaving 74% safety margin. Paying top dollar for this RF survey was unnecessary, irresponsible, some might say asinine.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Fall by Upnate.
I'm reading from the attachment in the agenda item. It says, the RF power density levels detected at the premises are below the US FCC's regulatory compliance standard, the maximum, the MPE limits for the general public, end quote. It appears that the findings of this very expensive and unnecessary study has provided the same information that we were already presented. The scare of RF levels lacks evidence. It appears that you have a disagreement with what has been published by the FCC. So I ask that you take your argument elsewhere to a more appropriate authority to hear and advocate for your concerns. This is not the right platform for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I am an engineer, and the first 3 years of my career, I worked in cell phones and telecom. There is a report, I am really surprised that there is a bioinitiative report included in the test results that we got. No respectable engineer would code them because in 2009, they were discredited by IEEE. Here's the full abstract and paper. I will leave it here for reading later, but it states, a major weakness of the BIR is the absence of a rationale to support reduction of internationally accepted RF exposure limits. They provide EMF NET's findings, which state that the BIR is not a consensus report of a working group, but rather an assembly of chapters written by various scientists and consultants. The summary for public is written in an alarmist and emotive language, and the arguments have no scientific support from well-conducted EMF research. I also see some data from Austria for the limits. 95% of households in Austria have 5G coverage and 100% have 4G, so either they changed the resolution or the new 5G installations have really low EMF as there are more of them, so they could alleviate some of those concerns. So let's take the highest value in this report at the parking lot at the Chaparral, which is 4.9 watts per square meter, and the highest value at TMS is 0.4 watts per square meters. For comparison, solar radiation power density is about 1,000 watts per square meter at sea level. The initial results should alleviate everybody's concerns about these cell towers. There is a higher probability of you getting sunburned than getting affected by the radio waves. Remember the song from 1999? Everybody's free to wear sunscreen. Still good advice to wear sunscreen. Thank you.
Thank you.
A speaker is Josh.
I'm going to do my best Katie Porter impersonation. Okay, so I have a problem with the way they characterize the top line, the 4.9 million microwatts. Well, the problem is, million is 10 to the 6th, microwatts is 10 to the negative 6th. They cancel. So the 4.9 million microwatts is just 4.9 watts. And that's saying that all of the digital signals are going to pulse at the exact same time. Thank you. That never happens. But even in that case, the sheriff's radio is 5 watts. Your home microwave oven is 1,000 watts, even inside the shielding. And this is, the receipts are in your report here. A microwave oven, 3 feet away, so it's shielded, is still 2.5 watts. The worst reading at 600 megahertz found feet from the cell towers at the digital signboards at CHS was 1.5 watts. Well, the government says 4 watts is the maximum at that frequency. To make this simple for the dumbest person in the room, me, I'm going to use miles per hour. If the government set a speed limit of 70 miles an hour, 1.5 watts is 27 miles per hour. That's how fast we actually measured the cell tower power-wise. It's that far from the safety limit. So my question is, we have data that we generated ourselves. Are we going to write policy based upon data, hard data we paid for, or are we going to make this a faith thing, that we believe in something we cannot see, almost like it's a religious belief? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Board Policy 3514, Environmental Safety. The majority of the board took action, voted that in November with a resolution. On the very last line, I'll just read it. For all existing and operating cellular, this is the red language that was highlighted before the majority of the board voted this in. For reference, you can go back to that meeting, pull this up. For all existing and operating cell transmission towers situated on district property, the district shall engage a third-party monitoring vendor to monitor, report on all emissions from the cellular transmissions tower, and shall transparently make that reported data available to the public. That is just what I'm doing tonight. A member of the district recommended ET and T. I called Andrew and Brad up. Very nice gentlemen. So we scheduled two site visits, one at TMS and then one at Chaparral. Jason Osborne, myself, and Andrew and Brad. We picked 5 locations at each site. As I previously said in October, I was assuming that these readings would be below FCC values because I stated back then that FCC values were very high. So they are. And as somebody correctly pointed out, the marquee Chaparral reading was actually higher. We were expecting a higher reading at Chaparral's tower on the bleachers to the building adjacent to it. And you could see it on the maps. And I'm not going to go through this exhaustively. There's a lot of data here. Long story short, all the measurements are within FCC limits. If you want to know what power density means, you will see microwatts, you'll see milliwatts, you'll see all kinds of different metrics by which RF, EMF can be measured. I have an RF unit conversion chart. It has all kinds of different ways. You might see a different measurement on one site versus another. Anybody interested in this? I'll email it to you. So what we found was the highest reading was the marquee in the parking lot, but it's awesome because students aren't in the parking lot all day. They park the car, they move away. And that's because in the marquee, instead of having 9 cells on the TMS tower and the tower at the Chaparral High School bleachers, the marquee has 12. I was fascinated because when you look at the marquee from the parking lot, it looks like a really small building. You go inside, there's 3 floors. So anyways, that's what we found. Keeping with the majority of the board's decision, this is just transparency to the public. What else? When you look on page 16 of 18, is there any way you can pull that up, Lene, for, let's pick the Meadows Parkway? Let's go to page 16, and I'll briefly run through this. Okay, so different measurements. 1,500 megahertz is 1.5 gigahertz. You can go down. There's 6 measurements, FCC, all the way down to USA FM radio band. Let's just say that falls within FCC limits. If you look at all the power density measurements taken at TMS, Chaparral High School. But the point about this is you don't know until you take measurements. Measurements were taken, now you know. Transparency to the public, that's what the board wanted to emphasize, at least the majority of the board. And now we've emphasized it, and now it's here before you. So then if you look at Canada, Belgium, India, Italy, Russia, and Switzerland, let me break this down. So if you compare the FCC limits to Canada, it's the FCC is 2.3 times higher. If you compare it to Belgium, 5 times higher. If you compare it to India, 10 times higher. If you compare it to Italy and Russia, 100 times higher. If you compare it to Switzerland, which I call the Swiss standard, 105 times higher. So when you say, well, you know, am I safe? Well, it depends on where you live. Just to put this in context, you live in the United States, the FCC says, look, you can get 10 million microwatts per meter squared. You can see that on page 16, right up above in the yellow. But if you live in Switzerland, it's 105 times lower. So I'll just situate the context for people that don't know. I mean, there's a lot of data, and it's hard to situate that and properly assess it for somebody that doesn't study into this area. So it depends where you live. I prefer the Swiss standard, but we're not going to get it. We live in the United States. So unless the FCC changes their standards, which I reminded the board back in October and in November, they got sued. And in August 2021, they were 25 years outdated on their research. That is still an ongoing issue. And until then, that's it. The students are safe according to these limits. So it's transparent. I present it before you. Precautionary action levels and recommendations. This I wanted to put together this research for myself to present it out, and lo and behold, just to let you know, Andrew and Brad did this for me. I was very grateful when they threw up Canada, Belgium, India, because I told them that's what I wanted to do. So these others, Canada through Switzerland, those are government agencies that oversee the RF EMF measurements for their respective countries. These other 5 down below, Ecolog, Celoton, Salzburg, Bioinitiative, that a few people mentioned, I think they have a lot of authority, but they're not a governing agency. And then you have Austrian antenna system siting guideline. And so Andrew and Brad that took the measurements, they said, you know, these are recommendations for long-term exposure, like 6 to 8 hours, like when you're sleeping at night. That's why people say, you know, maybe turn off your phone, but not that, just put it in airplane mode, but even more seriously than that, maybe turn it off to shut off the EMF, RF frequency next to you. Similarly, long-term exposure, 6 to 8 hours, is students in school. So if you look at any one of these, let's take the Bioinitiative report at 1,000 microwatts per meter squared, that's 10,000 times less than what the FCC recommends. So again, I'm situating a context. If you're not going to look at a government agency,
this paper here, you're spreading disinformation.
Excuse me. That's your first warning for objectively interrupting this board meeting. Thank you.
Stop spreading disinformation.
Thank you. This is not your meeting? Thank you. So, we'll wait for you to leave. Thank you. Thank you. So that being said, the Ecolog through the Austrian, that doesn't come with full authority like the FCC. Those are recommendations. So just unpacking what's in front of you. Last but not least, the legal issue. District looked into this. Dean Adams, we sent 3 letters. Nicole Ash helped with this back in November 1st and twice December 15th. We heard nothing back. These were sent out to T-Mobile and AT&T. It was previously Singular, but that was bought out by T-Mobile. So we had 3 letters sent out just asking for information, again, just to share with the public. If we were to remove a tower and break the lease, what would that look like financially? Just to have the information. If we were to remove or relocate a tower, say Chaparral High School bleachers, you know, to a different part, what would that look like? We have no response. However, within this last week, I believe Mrs. Lash finally received response. And I'll let her speak briefly to that. But outside of this, when I talked to Andrew and Brad about measurements, because I got a few emails, when are you guys going to measure again? He said, we actually don't recommend that unless there's a significant hardware change on the towers. If they're adding cells, that's significant. Then it could justify this again. Till then, that's it. So once again, this closes out the loop of this board policy to make it transparent. But Mrs. Lash, what did you receive as far as the information?
So about last week, we finally got a hold of somebody that would respond to us about any of these cell phone towers. And we just basically made the request for more information or reports that have been taken, and they said they'll get back to us. And then with regard to the contract, they said it would depend on where we're proposing to relocate the cell towers, on whether or not they would cost agreeable, those types of things. But our attorney did say to just flat cancel the contract. Trying to quantify that, it would be probably an incredible cost if we just stopped the contract.
Right, thank you. Yeah, and that was the whole point too. It's we just want the information. What would that be? And just to finally get a response was awesome. But as far as me reporting out, that's about it. Any other discussion, but there's no action being taken right now, so I'm pretty much done. Okay.
I have one thing to point out,
Yeah.
and maybe you can speak to this. I was talking to Mr. Vickery this week about the fact that it's interesting. You see the concern in communities or near schools, in places where the people are more liberal-minded, shall we say, that it's an issue in Solana Beach or Encinitas or maybe in LA. So it's fascinating to me that there's two different bodies of thought, and I know you did research to look at areas and how they're prioritizing things. So I don't know if you would want to speak to that, but I just wanted to point that out. It fascinates me that you see districts like that or towns prioritizing looking into it, and somehow we're in different places with how we're taking in the information.
I don't know that that's really applicable to the conversation if we're not talking politics. So I think, thank you for your report. That's how I would
Yeah, no, I
wrap it
will
up.
respond though, and I hear what you're saying, Allison. I was talking with Andrew about when he gave us the reports, and I was going over it with him. You know, I was like, well, what about the other school districts around us? Like, what are you getting measurements about? Like, what are the parents saying of these districts? And he gave me one example of just some, it wasn't even a school district. He was measuring a balcony in LA County, and some lady had cell towers right outside of her apartments within feet, like 10, 15 feet. And he said that lady's balcony was triggered over the 10 million microwatts per meter squared that the FCC would say that, look, this is not good. But then I said, all right, what about a school? And he gave me Christian Heart Academy, I believe it was in San Juan Capistrano. He said that school district had a tower pretty close to a school window. Their readings were lower than ours, but over 70% of the parents pulled their kids out of school because of that tower. And I thought, oh, okay, not to dramatize this, but I just asked him, can you give me something? And that was just off the top of his head. So it really depends on the awareness that the parents have in the community and what they're willing to do. Like I said, a few years ago, a lot of parents protested the TMS tower being installed, and it still got installed, so here we are. But I can't really report on anything else. You'd have to ask, other school districts. But yeah, that's it. So now we are on to negotiations update. Q?
I'll be very brief, Dr. Komrosky. We've got a couple of sessions coming up. We'll meet with TVA next Friday and then next month, and we look forward to meeting with CSEA next week. And that's it for labor negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Board comments.
I'll be really brief. I have to object to items being put on the consent calendar that are not items that are routine. And I don't know who's putting the consent calendar together, but I want to look at it before the agenda is posted from now on, because we're getting stuff on the consent calendar that is not routine, and it needs to be put either as an action item or discussed to be put someplace else, because there are things on there that should not be on there. That's been going on for a while. I don't know who's putting together the consent calendar, but I want to be part of it when it happens.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Barclay?
Thank you. As far as board comments go, on a lighter note, it was great seeing the students here again tonight and hearing about all the great things going on at the high schools. It's so fun. I love going to all the schools, the elementary, middle, and high schools, and it's really so fun to go to so many sporting events and see so many people out. There was an away game for TV basketball on Friday night, and I think we had more fans there than MV had in their own gym, or it was pretty darn close. So it was really, really fun. It was a tough game, but it was really cool to hear that TV has 4 teams going to CIF playoffs, which is super cool. Yeah, shout out to all those teams. There's some great sports coming up. I'm going to give my annual plug for stunt. So come out and watch a stunt game starting in March. Dr. Woods, you haven't been to one yet, so we're going to drag you over there. And I can't conclude tonight without just recognizing Jane Elliott, who came to our board meeting. If you don't know who she is, Google her, and I bet you actually do know who she is. She is a pioneer, and it was such an honor that she would come to our district and take an interest here in our students. She's an incredible woman, and shout out to one of our teachers, Mrs. Cox, who made a connection with her. I think that is fantastic that she would be willing to come and show her care and concern for our students, and she is definitely a pioneer. So Google her if you aren't sure who she is, but like I said, I bet you do know who she is. And that's it. Thank you.
All righty. We usually let other board members go first. For me, yes, I can't wait to get back to visiting schools. There are, I would say, half the schools that I haven't visited outside of my own trustee area, and I plan on doing that before the end of the year, which I can work with Lene on and Dr. Woods as far as scheduling site visits. Can't wait to do that. Can't wait to start seeing sports games when the rain clears down. I think that's it for tonight. Ms. Wiersma? Actually, you know what, Walma, thank you for all the people that supported me tonight in the way I've ran on the community values when I did get elected. I appreciate your support. Thank you for showing up, especially in the rainy weather. And I thank the audience, even though most of them aren't here, for keeping it pretty much civil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We survived. That being said, Ms. Wiersma.
These last 2 weeks have been pretty busy, and I enjoyed visiting Summit Academy last week to celebrate their groundbreaking ceremony for Phase 3. Every time I step onto that campus, I feel like it's a diamond in the rough, and I love Keith Moore. I've actually referred several families who are looking for a different choice in their lives right now, and that came to my mind because I know what's going on there is something really special, especially with the K through 8. So it was wonderful to be on that campus and celebrate. It was great to go to a secondary curriculum council meeting again. We got to welcome 2 parents onto the committee, and that was awesome. We got to clap for them and say thank you. Thank you for coming in and being a part, because that's what we want to see across the board. So I know different facets of that meeting will come to fruition in March. My husband and I had a hot date going to Battle of the Burgers. We loved it. I'm like, honey, I know you don't like some aspects of the chaos and some of the negative, and God bless him for being an incredible husband. But I'm like, Battle of the Burgers, this is something that we can enjoy together. And so we went, and I think there were over 400 people. We celebrated that tonight. The only thing that I said about me being controversial in that event could have been that I wanted ketchup. I kept looking, and there were so many different kinds of fries, and I know that's a horrible, tacky thing to say, but I did want ketchup. So if I go next year, I'll hide that. But bravo, it was such a neat moment to see the city and Pechanga and the CTE and TVHS and the students and the business owners and the restaurant. It was like that. It was top notch. It was absolutely epic. And we left totally full. I am thankful to Josh for mentioning something at the last meeting that just kind of stirred me to move in terms of the crossing guard. And I know we all have that concern. And there's so many things across the district that we hope to see get safer and better. But I appreciated you sharing. Arceli out at Bella Vista Middle School is incredible. What she does on a day-to-day basis, I have such admiration for. So thank you for you inspiring that situation. She's got a radio, and that was the goal. We're getting the radio, you know? So when we talk about, gosh, can we do nonpartisan things in education? Yes, and my heart is there to do that too. And just to read her message on my phone, that made the whole week, because it's not about me, it's about the kids, it's the staff. We as a village can make this place safer, and I'm excited that I'm seeing parents who want to step up and help her too. So thank you again for that. I'm elated that we've begun the conversation and talking about DARE, because I still think that it's an incredible program. Again, my hope is that we can move in that direction and that my colleagues get the information that they need. I think it would behoove us all to step back and say, okay, if we don't want to talk politics and look at the principle of things, then let's work together collaboratively. There's nothing more nonpartisan than safety. And so I honor them wanting more information. I hope we can bring that back, because I think in the long haul, the vision of that program is going to make us better. And that's exciting to me. That's what motivates me. I want to read a quote here. In looking through the biographies and so forth online, through TCI, and kind of looking at the lives of people in history, I came across the words of William Penn. He was an English religious and social reformer, founder of the province of Pennsylvania, born in 1644. And after suffering persecution in England for his adopted Quaker faith, he established freedom of worship for all inhabitants of his North American colony. Totally inspiring. He said, those who will not be governed by God will be ruled by tyrants. That was his opinion. You know, it was interesting to read that. And, you know, one thing we didn't talk about, we just kind of passed through tonight, was the discrimination policy. And it's truly my hope that we can work through this, whether as colleagues, refrain from labeling one another. I don't want to be called a Christian white nationalist. I don't want you to be called out for being Jewish. We need to move past this. There's bigotry on different levels. And one thing that I noticed in our statement is any employee who permits or engages in prohibited discrimination, including discriminatory harassment, intimidation, retaliation, bullying, it can be subject to disciplinary inaction, including dismissal. I loved that because we are all accountable to one another, right? We expect our kids to treat each other right. I am for every single student at TVUSD getting an incredible education and not being bullied. And I believe it was Brooke that said, will you come to the BSU meeting? I'm gonna look at my calendar and see if I can. I have 5 schools that I'm supposed to be at between Wednesday and Friday. So when I heard her, my heart says, yes, I wanna be there. I work a full-time job too. It's not woe is me, I'm trying to do it all. I appreciated her sharing that, and I absolutely would love to be there to support that group. And I want to make that known. I think as we go through the spring, it would behoove all of us, whether we're on the school board, we're in a classroom teaching, or we're staff, or we're amazing classified people, think about what you say. There is no room for religious intolerance or bigotry. There is no room for a teacher to be calling us homophobic and Seven Mountain cultists to her students. And I've had students report that. And I'm not going to give names. I'm just saying, can we all do better? I know I haven't done it all right, but I'm committed to other things. School safety. What can we do in education? What can we do this year to have a different point of emphasis? Can I see you on board with me on something? Mr. Schwartz, can you refuse to Don't call names and label people. I know that you were involved in the recall. That's your choice, but this board has been so dysfunctional. And so I'm just saying, all of us, let's take a look at it, do it differently, because I'm willing to do that. I love being a trustee. I do. Despite all the angst, I love it. Even with the condescension, even with people correcting me, even when people vote no, when it is politics. And that's okay. It's okay.
If you're going to call me out,
You know what? I'm still speaking, and it's still my turn.
You're still calling me out.
So,
you're calling me out, so I need to respond as well. It's only fair. There's not politics involved. I love the spirit of cooperation now that you don't have the majority. There's been zero the last year.
It's disingenuous and it's hypocritical, the line of resistance that you run.
It's not true.
It is.
It
if
is
you were the
not
expert
true.
on safety, why didn't you bring something forward sooner when
You
it's
know
been
what?
an issue?
I'm just going to call a point of order. Let's just stop.
Can bring forward,
Let's
but
just
that's
stop.
not my role.
All right.
That's not our role as board members.
Yeah.
So I'm going to finish my comments, and I am going to read from a constituent, Dr. Komrosky, who wanted to be here to support you and could not. Dear members of the Temecula Valley Unified School Board, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the recall efforts against Board President Komrosky. As a concerned constituent and parent within our community, I do feel compelled to voice my support for your leadership and the initiatives you've championed during your tenure. You've demonstrated commitment to upholding your promises, which resonate with so many people in our community, including myself. Specifically, I applaud your dedication to implementing policies that prioritize the well-being and educational integrity of our students. Your decision to ban critical race theory from our curriculum or any future curriculum is commendable. It reflects your understanding of the concerns raised by parents regarding divisive ideologies being taught in our schools. By taking a proactive stance, you're ensuring that our students receive an education free from politicized narratives that have no place in the classroom. Your stance on the flag representation within our schools is also in alignment with the values of so many constituents. By ensuring that only the United States and California flags are flown, you've promoted unity and inclusivity while avoiding the potential divisiveness associated with a variety of flags that may polarize our community. The American flag truly represents inclusiveness for all. I also appreciate President Komrosky's efforts to maintain a safe and appropriate learning environment by removing materials containing obscenity and vulgarity from our schools. This demonstrates your dedication to fostering an environment conducive to learning and respect for all students. Finally, President Komrosky's commitment to preventing the installation of harmful cell towers on school grounds underscores his prioritization of student safety and well-being. Your proactive approach to addressing potential health concerns reflects his responsiveness to the concerns of parents and community members. In conclusion, I do urge the Temecula Valley Unified School Board to reject the recall efforts against President Komrosky. His leadership has been marked by integrity, accountability, and a genuine concern for the well-being of students. I believe he has proven himself to be a capable and dedicated leader who deserves our support. Thank you for considering my perspective on this matter. One last thing I'm going to read from 1 Peter 3:13 through 17. Who is going to harm you if you're eager to do good? But even if you should suffer for what is right, you're blessed. Don't fear threats, do not be frightened, but in your hearts revere Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect, keeping a clear conscience so that those who speak maliciously against your good behavior in Christ may be ashamed of the slander. For it is better, if it is God's will, to suffer for doing good than for doing evil. You have been born, Dr. Komrosky, for such a time as this. We do need to be bold. I'm not here to stand for friends and how many I can make. I'm here to stand for truth and to do it with love. So thank you for leading. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate this time and all of you who tune in to listen and to support and to voice your thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Swersma. And now we're on to superintendent comments.
Thank you. I'm coming up on my 70th day in the district, and I want to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank the executive team for supporting me, helping me along. You know, this is a complex organization, and it takes a while to figure it out. And really, I'm coming each day to do that, and without their support, I just really couldn't get there, so thank you. And I want to thank the board. You know, there's tension. I can feel it. There's division. But there's also a place where we can come together. And each of you individually are really good people. And I recognize that when you're on the visits with me. I've done 28 site visits. I have 3 more tomorrow. You know, we all care about kids, and I know that of each of you, and I respect that. And I know we're going to continue to work to try to come together every time we can, every moment we can, every item we can, and keep moving this district positively. And I'm here to help support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. We have future agenda items. Staff will present information on the following agenda items for the next regular board meeting in March 2024. Study session 5, athletics report and uptake, and then second interim report. And at this moment, I have to ask the board for direction because I've heard one board member saying they can't make the workshop in February 20th. In all fairness, we're going to have 4 school board meetings 4 weeks in a row from January, January 30th, the CSBA, the one today. Next week, we're interviewing, and then the week after that, we have to have a school board workshop. My thought, but I have to have direction from the board, is can we push this special workshop to March 26th? If you look at your calendars for a second, we have a regular board meeting on the March 12th. And 2 weeks later, we could have the special board meeting to space it out. I mean,
It is spring break.
oh, God.
That's usually an issue.
Oops, okay. What about April? We got one school board
What's
meeting.
the topic of the workshop?
That again, requires board consensus. My thought was priorities, mission,
Vision.
and development of a vision. Yeah.
That's what you had wanted to prioritize.
For a year.
For all year.
All year. But it has to be the board's decision on what we do for the workshop. Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Barclay, yeah.
Is it workshopped for the, I don't believe that we've given Dr. Woods his, goals. He should have,
His evaluation,
sorry,
district
I'm
goal.
having a hard time. Yes, his.
Yeah, the parameters.
Right, for his evaluation.
Yeah. I thought about that as well.
How does that usually take place when we bring someone in the middle of the year?
Hey, that's a good question.
Any thoughts, anyone? I don't know.
Do we do a workshop on that?
I don't know. I think maybe some work in between to figure that out, possibly. I mean, maybe at this point, we could say we're not going to have the workshop on the 20th, and then at the next meeting, we can pick a date for
You also can take a regularly scheduled meeting day and maybe add an hour,
Yeah.
prior to closed session, 3 to 4, do that maybe twice. Then you're not messing with more days, you're just kind of extending the day.
I'm all right with doing that on the 12th for, I don't know about everybody else. I can come in at 2 and we can talk. What's that?
12th of when?
Of March, our next regular board meeting. We could add on 2 hours and do some sort of workshop on the metrics by which we evaluate and goals by the superintendent, because it's urgent. Just hired him, I agree. And then maybe
Is that
April-
a public or closed session? It's
Oh,
closed.
is it closed?
Yeah, that's a closed.
Maybe we inflate the close by 1 hour then on the next meeting, and in close, give ourselves an hour to go over that, or 2. I don't know how long it takes.
Would that make sense? Okay. Okay, what, the 12th?
12th, 1 or 2 hours.
Let's go with 1.
You gotta work.
Yeah, same.
All right, 1 hour, so maybe
Same.
3 o'clock board meeting starting on the 12th of March.
Okay.
What about on April the 16th, coming in at 2 for a workshop about our priorities, mission, and possible vision statement?
That date's a little bit hard for me.
All right, then maybe,
16th.
I was gonna say, then maybe we just consider it on the next regular board meeting in the 12th. I mean, heck, even the next one, yeah, the next regular board meeting on the 12th, maybe right then and there, we decide when we have the next workshop and push off the February 20th.
Okay.
I mean, I could have it, but I'm not sure what everybody else thinks. It's 4 board meetings in a row, 4 weeks in a row. What do you think, Mr. Schwartz?
I'm okay with whatever.
He's okay, whatever, okay.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Let's push it off. All right, okay, good. And I just wanted to stick that under future agenda items. Okay, so for next week, official interviewing for trustee area 2, that will happen, special board meeting. All right.
Can I ask something for future agenda items?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we were seeing it tonight, and I think we need clarification. And I don't know if we should have this as an agenda item, but what is considered campaigning in this meeting?
The
Because we
ballot
really
initiative
need to
was,
get,
and it was on the way out, and
but
it
even the
was.
recall, I mean, that is a ballot initiative.
I talked to general legal counsel, and I asked him even last board meeting, hey, when they talk about my recall and all this, he just said allow it.
Well,
I
and because
did
this
ask
was,
him
we
about
talked
that.
about the certification of signatures, I think it kind of opened up tonight for different facets, but what do you see moving forward?
Right,
Well-
because from now forward, it's not
It's
on
different.
the agenda, and if people are campaigning
Yeah.
for a ballot initiative, which the recall is, I think we just need to get specific on all sides so that we're consistent with
We'll do
what
this.
happens in this
And
meeting.
are shirts okay? Are hats okay? Are
Okay,
like,
this
does
is
that count as a
perfect.
sign?
What I will
I don't
do,
think-
I'll
no.
reach out with Dr. Woods to Huff. I'll have him have a one-way communication to each board member, specifically yes and no, like what can and can't happen. I know tonight was in the subject matter jurisdiction of the board where people could talk about my recall all day long. But I can't talk about, hey, come to my website and doing it. That was the boundary that I was given, so it was kind of, no, I did not. I'm giving you the parameters which by I operated tonight. That is not allowable.
Got it.
So the ballot initiative that was mentioned those last few seconds, yeah, that's not allowed.
Yeah, but excuse me, we had a lady come who's running for Congress to come here and campaign. She should have been shut up and asked to leave. I'm sorry.
Which one was running
That
for
lady
Congress?
who's running for Congress in CD 25.
But she had 2 sentences to introduce herself and then
But-
addressed all things regarding
But she
Dr. Komrovsky
is
and the
not
recall.
here to campaign. That's not allowed.
So then maybe that needs to be in the rules. You
It
can't
is in the
announce your
rules.
title.
He
I
says
mean,
it. Well, he says he can't campaign, like, that's what Joe.
It is in the rules.
is announcing what, okay, so that,
No, not-
those are things just to work on. That would be good, because we're in election season this whole darn year. So it'd be good to talk about it and make sure people understand and we're all clear.
Just need to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for March 12, 2024. This meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, February 6, 2024 at 10:22 p.m. Thank you for coming.